So the gold award carries 2 points and a silver award carries 1 point. All those who collect 5 points then will be given the platinum award. And finally, the one who gets 10 points will be given a Dronacharya award. So this platinum and Dronacharya award will be given at the national conference IFC, but initial certification will be given at the headquarters when we meet or by post. So we'll request you to pass on this message to all your friends and colleagues, and we like you to keep on participating in the coming years as well, so that we have got a good resource attached as of now. And just Santosh was telling me, because most of the classes are so good and most of the teachers do not rely so much on the slides, you can actually listen to the podcast and can really understand the topics even if you're not watching it. And soon we will have the app based all things available on your. We already created a app for the dynamic ebook, and we'll create a app for this, so that on a move, that is on a mobile, you open the chapter and start reading. So this is our vision, and we definitely want all of you. And any idea comes to your mind how to improve this, we are absolutely open and will be welcoming all the ideas and suggestions from all of you. With these few words, someone you want to say something? Santosh. So with this, I think we like to have the introduction of all of you. So one by one, you can. So let's know each other better. So one by one, you can stand and keep on giving your introduction. I welcome Dr. Grover into the class. He is our past president and very keen on teaching.
Thank you.
Huh?
Thank you. Good morning, Dr. Krishna Prasad. I'm a director of academics, M.M. Joshi Eye Institute, Karnataka. He needs. I will introduce him.
I'm Dr. Grover. I'm heading the Department of Ophthalmology at Sir Gangaram Hospital and at Vision Eye Centers. Privileged to be here and part of this lovely meeting.
Good morning. I am Dr. Abjeet Kaur, working at the King George's Medical University. I hold 2 portfolios, heading the department, and I'm the Pro Vice Chancellor of the university. Good to be here.
Good morning, everyone. I am Dr. Sarita Agrawal. I am heading the department in Santosh Medical College, Ghaziabad. And it's really nice to meet everyone and all the honorary chairpersons. Thank you very much. And she's Dr. Suman. She's actually accompanying me. I'll pass it.
Good morning, respected chairpersons and respected teachers. It's an honor to be a part of this AIOS Guru Sangam. I'm really privileged and honored. And myself, Arvind Kumar Maurya, and I'm heading the department at All India Institute of Medical Sciences, Hyderabad, BB Nagar. Thank you.
Yes.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Dasri Gayatri from Vishakhapatnam. I'm working as an assistant professor in Geetham Institute of Medical Sciences and Research.
Good morning, everyone. I am Dr. Pushpa Kumari. Previously, I working as a assistant professor in Medical College, MKCG Medical College, Barampur. But since 2007, I left and I'm doing in SAIL as a additional CMO. And I have 10 DNB students. So again, still I am continuing as a teacher role and I am specialized in oculoplasty. Thank you. And also FECO.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Dr. Chandana Chakraborty from RIO Kolkata. I'm an associate professor and I'm currently working in the oculoplasty unit. Thank you. It's a very good endeavor on the part of the AIUS office bearers and all the dignitaries in the dais. It's really a very good initiative. I think we, the faculties and the students, everyone will be very much enriched with this program.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Dr. Uma Sridhar from Eye Care Eye Hospital, Noida. I do cornea and anterior segment, and I take care of the DNB students there.
Good morning. I thank Dr. Santosh Honawar sir and the dignitaries for giving me an opportunity to be in the Guru Sangam, a part of Guru Sangam. I am Dr. Reshma Mehta from Sholapur, Maharashtra.
Good morning, everyone. At the outset, I thank for this opportunity, and I'm Dr. Soumya H.V. I'm an associate professor from JSS Medical College and also a member of Medical Education Unit of the university. Thank you. Thanks, sir.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity. I had presented in the inaugural session of AOS Guru Sangam. I'm Dr. Shweta M., Assistant Professor from Minto Ophthalmic Hospital, Araiva, Bangalore. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for making me a part of this. I'm really obliged to see all my teachers over here. I've been a de facto student of all of you because being in South India, you see everyone from the DOS point of view. So I used to see all your articles and read from there. Thank you so much. And my name is Ashwarya. I'm from Narayan Nethralaya. I'm a cataract surgeon there. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Archana Vare. I'm from Aurangabad, Maharashtra, and I'm really thankful for the opportunity given to us. And I feel that this is a great platform because the residents who are pursuing their careers in ophthalmology from all over India, they will be benefited by this initiative. So it's a very great opportunity to meet all of you, and it is really very beneficial to the residents. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. Thank you so much, Santosh sir. I mean, you are my role model. And thank you so much, Basak sir. Actually, you took my DNB Viva. So it is my duty to give back to the society. Sorry? No, no. Now, he made me to stand here, sir. So I'm really grateful. So I'm Dr. Arundhati Pandey. I'm working as a head of department and professor in Symbiosis Medical College, Pune. And it is the great honor to be here to learn from the teachers and to go back into society to give back to the PG students. It is my duty actually. Okay, I would like to add 1 minute here. So I'm a triathlon. I have finished my 5 half Ironman and I'm a marathon runner and I'm to physical activities. Even I want to implement in this for the PG students also because they are lacking in that area. So thank you so much. And I have a 1 patent. Thank you very much.
Good morning, sirs, everyone. I'm very happy to be a part of AOS Guru Sangam. I'm Dr. Rita Hepsirani, Associate Professor, now working in Government Sivagangai Medical College, Tamil Nadu. I'm interested in oculoplasty. I completed FEICU oculoplasty. Grover sir was my examiner. Very happy to see you all. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Happy to be here. As a passionate teacher, I'm very happy at this initiative being taken by the AIOS. I'm Annapurna from Pondicherry. I'm a PG teacher at Arvind Eye Hospital, Pondicherry.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having us here. I'm Dr. Pooja Bang from AIMS Nagpur. I'm heading the department there. And I'm here predominantly because teaching is what drives me. And those bright faces that I'm facing, it just makes all my blues go away. And that's the reason I think we continue to teach despite all odds and the difficulties of the government setup and everything. So I've done some courses in multi-sensory learning and try to implement those as new techniques within my teaching and within clinical teaching also. There's a lot happening in the brain and maybe once we could discuss all that, and this is a beautiful platform for that. Thank you.
A very good morning all. I'm Dr. Preeti. I'm from Hyderabad. I'm basically a cataract surgeon and a refractive surgeon as well. And I am heading one of the units of Dr. Agarwal's Eye Hospital. Also, I'm the education committee chairperson for the entire group of Dr. Agarwal Eye Hospital. So I handle the DNB courses. I handle the teaching and scheduling for the fellowship. And I also actively engage all the consultants in upgradation. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you.
Very good morning. I am Dr. Viren Kumar Paul. I am present time I am working in Prasad Medical College, Lucknow. Previously, I was working in Sitapur Eye Hospital. And really, it's a very great opportunity, and I am honored for this opportunity. Thank you.
So they just what actually we no this was very simple and absolutely fair. We requested to send the topics for the education to all the members of the country, and those who replied, they were selected. So it was not that there was no pick and choose. We didn't decide who is going to participate. We sent the mailer, all those who sent the topic, and all the topics were accepted without any discrimination. So the girls were prompt to reply, and the boys didn't reply. So that's why there are more girls over here than the boys.
I'm Dr. Pradeep Saraf from Calcutta. I am professor at Vivekananda Institute of Medical Sciences. I think this initiative is very good because these recordings can be helpful to PGTs so that they can get the lectures of all the doctors from the India.
Hello, good morning all. I'm Dr. Pratik. I'm assistant professor at Kiran Medical College. I'm basically a retina surgeon, so I take care retina clinic there, as well as I'm visiting retina surgeon for SMIMR, Surat Municipal Institute of Medical Science. And yeah, I'm thankful to Dr. All of you, but especially Dr. Honawar, because 2011 was the IPAP when we first time met him and we heard his lecture, and the way he used to use the technology and the fragmentation of the topic and simplified, that is something really I like and I want to follow that. Thanks a lot.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Rushikesh Mai from Nagpur. I'm a pediatric ophthalmologist, and it's indeed an honor to be among all the. It's indeed a privilege to be with in this peer today. I have done my fellowship from Shankar Netralaya. I have my clinic in Nagpur, and I'm a academic associate at Suraja Institute and Postgraduate Center at Nagpur. And I mean. Because I feel in private practice, it is more, after some time, we feel a bit monotonous with the same kind of patients. But academic or teaching is what makes us drive apart. And actually teaching and learning is what makes us better over time. Whatever I'm doing or standing in front of you is all because of thanks to my teachers from Shankar. Thank you.
Yes, I think we start the session. Dr. Professor Amod Gupta is already online. So I request Dr. Ashok Kumar Grover, Dr. Samar Basak, and Dr. Abhijit Kaur to chair this session. Sir, I welcome you all over here. Dr. Ashok Grover, Dr. Samar Basak is already here, and Abhijit Kaur over here.
Good morning. Please. Oh. Good morning, everyone. We now invite Professor Amod Gupta for his talk on why that itch to teach. It is a keynote lecture, and he'll be speaking to us online. Sir, are you there?
Yeah, good morning, all. I wonder if you
Let
can.
me just take a minute to introduce Dr. Amod Gupta to you. He does not need an introduction. He's a doyen in ophthalmology and in ophthalmic education. His creation of an institution that is unparalleled in its quality and its teaching is a testament to his ability and his devotion to the cause of education. So we, as the chief of the PGI Institute at Chandigarh, he's created an institution which will be a landmark forever. So we have the privilege to hear Professor Amod Gupta.
Thank you, Dr. Grover, for using those kind words. And it's something like carrying coal to Newcastle And I hope you can see my slides there. Is it visible? Can you see my screen, please?
Yes, sir.
I can't get you.
Yes, Dr. Amod, we can see your
You can
beautiful
hear me
video.
and you can see my slides.
Yes, we can.
So good morning again to all of you. And as I said, it's like carrying coal to Newcastle, because speaking to a bunch of already eminent teachers, professors, and educationists, it's a great privilege for me. I've been asked a very interesting question. Why that itch to teach? And what I always understood by itching was a kind of a skin irritation, which you need to scratch to satisfy that itching sensation. But I believe what you meant, Santosh, was an intense, uncontrollable desire to teach. And I believe this is a compulsive disorder. And to some extent, I have been guilty of myself of suffering from this disorder. Now, the question here is that unlike the nursery school teachers or kind of school teachers who are professionally trained in pedagogy, we as medical teachers have never had any professional training. And in fact, the courses we need to follow is what's called andragogy. Most of us become teachers inspired by our own mentors or role models. And I believe that itch to teach did not come to us in a day, but evolved till it became an obsession. We know as teachers long time that students often strive for approval and recognition, and they want to become favorites of their teachers. But have we ever wondered if the teachers also strive for that kind of approval and recognition by their students? And thereby, how do the students perceive their teachers? It's fairly easy for students to tell the difference between a good teachers and a bad teachers. And usually their observations are based on the competence, the personal potency. I think this is one of the greatest ills that our teachers suffer from. They want to dominate, they want to control, they want to intimidate, they want to instill fear among the students. They expect deference and respect. I think these are all, when you want to dominate a classroom, when you want to dominate your students, it's a sign of weakness rather than strength. And these are the kind of teachers, and I'm sure we can recall, all of us can recall some of these teachers we've ever had in our life who would not hesitate to use unjust methods to show that they were strong and they were powerful and they were in control. So when students are asked, what are the factors? I mean, these are not objective factors or criteria, but they will know. You ask them, you prompt them to speak about teachers. This particular teacher, we learned a lot because he had clear thinking, very enthusiastic in the classroom, likes to teach, is very helpful, or he's very fair. Because students can immediately spot if the teachers have been unfair or they're showing undue favors to some select students. So who's a good teacher? I mean, we need to define that. And the most popular definition is a person who helps his students to learn. Now, in the past, we have had teachers which we still might need, who have been, kind of transmitters of knowledge. That means we used to have teachers who were fountain of knowledge, sitting on a high chair in the classroom. We as students sat on the floor, and the wisdom and the knowledge flowed there from the teacher to the students. But in the last couple of decades, it has changed. Our teachers were very knowledgeable from wherever they acquired that knowledge. But now the internet has made it a very, very level playing ground. Anybody, the teacher, the taught, even the lay people have access to the same resources. So no teacher can claim to know it all, because student may have equal access to that kind of knowledge or information that patient had. So what they were good were, as they were transmitting knowledge, I think they were good for school or even in undergrad courses, where you had to, provide some kind of a foundation course to these kind of teachers. But in postgraduate teaching, I think transmitting foundation knowledge to the students is no good. We need to prepare the students for a future practice, the clinical practice. And they need to know why they're learning what they're learning. I think this has to be clearly told, informed to the students that this is the exercise we are doing, and this is what you will learn, and this is how it benefit you later in your life. So we need to prepare them for practice. Now, there have been questions, and I keep reading these reports. I'm not sure about India, but Western literature, there's a uniformly teachers are complaining, students don't come to the class. They don't come to the class because the knowledge they were gaining in the classroom, they get it sitting in a coffee room, or in a cafe or in their own hostel room. So the question has been asked many times, what happens if there are no teachers? And this is a very, very genuine question. Are they still relevant? And your students, they come with a lot of merit, gold medals and silver medals in their undergrads, and they think they're the smartest of the guys. Do they need to have teachers to guide them? I like to narrate a small adaptation from a Panchatantra tale. And this story of three students who went to a Gurukul and they learned at the feet of their guru. And once they had acquired all the knowledge that was required, the guru said, well, you go to the king and ask for some kind of rewards. And so these three so-called physicians who were well knowledgeable, completely knowledgeable, started for the king's palace. One of their friends, who was uneducated, insisted on accompanying them, and they thought, this guy, what is he going to? He's not going to be any harm to us if he walks along with us to the king's palace. So as they were going through a forest, they came upon a heap of bones. Looking at the bones, the physician who had trained as an anatomist, he says to me, this looks like a skeleton of a lion. And I can put it together, and he assembled that heap of bones into a skeleton, and lo and behold, it looked like skeleton of a lion. And he looked very vainly at his other friends, and he says, look, I assembled this because I know how to assemble it. The other guy who had trained as a plastic surgeon, he said, well, I can fill it with flesh and muscles. I can put skin on that. And saying that, he went on, and in fact, now when he put it flesh and muscles and skin onto the skeleton, it looked like a lion. It indeed was a lion. Now, the third friend, who had trained himself as an anesthetist, he said, well, I can breathe life into this lion. When the illiterate friend heard this, he said, lions are known to eat people. Please don't breathe life into this man. But anesthetist would have none of it. And you know, the illiterate friend quickly climbed up the tree, and the lion that sprang to life, ate up all the three friends. So, friends, what's the moral of the story? Question is, what is the moral of the story? Moral is the students still need teachers because application of knowledge is more critical than the knowledge per se. So if you don't have teachers in the classroom, who's going to tell you how to apply that knowledge which you have acquired from a variety of sources? So from their own experience, the teachers become wise people because they applied that knowledge. They failed sometime, they have succeeded many times, and they know under what context, under what circumstances, a particular bit of knowledge is critical to apply, and whether you're going to succeed or you're going to fail. So that's why you still need teachers to apply that knowledge in the proper context. Now, I'll give you a very small example. And we know that, corticosteroids are needed for certain inflammatory conditions like ankylosing spondylitis or Behçet's disease here. A student knows that steroids are used to treat inflammation. But one of my friends who had heard of this, he applied that knowledge to a patient who had inflammation, following a small incision cataract surgery. And he saw a hypopyon, he saw inflammation, and he says, well, this patient, I've been told, would require corticosteroids. And he gave a depot corticosteroid, and the patient had a fungal endophthalmitis. He didn't know under what context has this steroids, depot or oral corticosteroid had to be applied. This is another one of my friends who had access to technology because he did take the picture of this young girl who had 6/6 vision. And he saw, well, there was an inflammation. There were a lot of vitreous haze, there was inflammation, there was a little bit of macular edema, and there was a lot of retinal inflammations. He had heard, again, in some of these meetings, that when you see inflammation of the retina or choroid, you start patient on high doses of corticosteroids. And so was this patient, young girl, treated on high doses of corticosteroids. And when patient didn't respond, he gave posterior subtenon canalog, he gave intravitreal canalog, and when the patient turned up to me, she had already gone blind from a disastrous necrosis of the retina. So the guy had been taught to take pictures, guy had been told to recognize inflammation, but he had not learned because his teachers never taught him under what context, under what circumstances you have to apply it. So this is a small example I'm giving you of the context in which the knowledge has to be applied, and this is where the teachers play a critical role because they would have learned that if I give corticosteroid under these circumstances, patient is going to go blind, but if we did something else, the patient would survive to tell the tale. Many times I have wondered, what's a bigger sin? Not to know, not to have knowledge, or not know how to apply it or apply it wrongly. You can deliberate upon this question in your lifetime. These Bolek and Shoker some years ago, they did a questionnaire and they came up with this concept of sage on the stage versus new concepts of guide by your or student side. So these are the two extremes of descriptions for what you wish to be. So sage on the stage were these highly knowledgeable professors, and I'm sure many of us are, masters in our own subjects. We have extensive clinical experience. We have deep understanding of the knowledge, and we want our students to know that knowledge. We know it all. We know the final word. So students must have it. Okay. And we command that students have that knowledge because we say it with sense of authority, because I am the biggest authority in the world. So the student also must not question what I'm saying. On the other hand, the guide by your side are kind of facilitators, which you ought to be, with the modern times dictate, when the knowledge is all pervasive, equally accessible to all, that you become a guide. You teach the students how to sift the grain from the chaff, how to, look at kind of resources which are valid resources, ask him to encourage him to ask questions, engage them in the learning process actively. You share, you have group discussions, you sit down with a group of people and learn from each case that comes to your clinic. So that would be the definition. And people have actually tried to characterize by asking the questioners designed to elicit the type of question. It's been validated even internationally. So at one extreme is what I just told you, the most traditional sage on the stage, which we don't want to become, and the conceptual change agents that we wish to, because we want to change the concept. The students, what might know, what might conceive, we need to guide them. So how do you become a teacher? What motivates you to become a teacher? The most ulterior motive could be that there's no alternative. You get a job easily. That's a job which is secure, and you're going to get a pension at the end of, but people, when they've been asked in some of these countries, in the Western world, what drove you to become a teacher, they said, well, it led to my intellectual satisfaction. And helping students become good doctors. And some of these teachers who were kind of guided by this side, teachers, they enjoyed actually, and it was not a burden teaching students in small groups. And they like to be challenged, they like to have fresh ideas into teaching. I like this lady. She wrote a blog some years ago, Maulana Lee. She is a family physician. She loves to teach residents and fellows. And what she said, teaching is a work of heart. So you have to, not as a vocation, but as a passion. It's a work of heart. And what she says that, teaching makes a difference. If it is making a difference in students' life, and you know yourself, when your student does well, you watch the students achieve something, get it. And some of them, also because you have been taught by your role models, mentors, and you want to carry forward that kind of tradition. You want to see your student reach their full potential, watching them grow. And when your students grow, you also grow yourself. And of course, lifelong learning. The other reason could be some of the people who would want to teach is for incentive for continuous learning. Because when you are teaching, you need to know absolute clarity. When you are teaching a classroom full of students, you need to have yourself have clear concepts about the subject. And that is where, when you're teaching others, and it's not necessarily students, you could be teaching your patient, you could be teaching your siblings or your parents, so that if you wish to really learn and continue to learn, this is the way to go. And of course, if you are passionate, as I said earlier, because you want to share what you learned. And I think this is where my residents and my fellow colleagues, if I read something the evening before, if I learned a fact or a paper, till I shared it with my colleagues or my students, I won't rest. So this is where you are obsessed. You're compulsively sharing whatever you know, which could be highly inspirational, unlike some of our own teachers who wanted to keep their fist very tight because they didn't want to share if they learned any new facts. Teaching can be very, very exciting for those people who are very passionate, and you're teaching on your patients, and every day and every hour there is a different patient, different challenge. Trying to solve together with your students could be the most exciting, and you would not ever feel a burden. And of course, when you're surrounded by young people, and I can tell you from my own experience, I never felt old till I retired. And the day I retired, I felt so old because so long I was teaching and moving around with my own students, it kept me thinking young and acting young. And of course, when you are a teacher, it does lead to high esteem uh, among your peer group. You get some award, you get some recognition, you get some promotion, you have papers published. So this acts as a great kick to your self-esteem. I like to share again this story of Krista McAuliffe. I'm not sure how many of you remember. This was the first social science teacher who was sent aboard the Space Shuttle Challenger, which crashed within 86 seconds of its takeoff. And she was the first teacher who was sent as an experiment to develop, the models for lessons for teaching about the space and exploration of space. And the day before she left and she, perished, she had told the world that I teach because I touch the future. In my own active career, and I'm sure you've all had that kind of experience, I trained nearly 300 ophthalmologists. And if each one of them saw maybe 100,000 to 500,000 patients during their entire life, you can imagine the profound impact a teacher can have on the future doctors and future citizens of this country. And you can see the ophthalmic care, the teachers for the entire eye care of India and world beyond, teachers play a profound role in shaping the future of the citizens of this country. So, my friends, if I have to redefine the teacher, that your action must inspire students to dream more, learn more, become more, and only then you are a teacher. Because it is your students, and I know now I have a students and students of students. And when I see them implement the same ideas, the techniques, the legacy carries on. So this should be a great incentive for you. Please remember that God created Adam and Eve in his own image. This is what Bible says. And what I say is that teacher creates a student in our own image. They imbibe every nuisance, the way you speak to the patient, the way you talk, the way you teach, the way you operate. They imbibe ever so imperceptibly, so slowly, which will impact. They become a carbon copy of you. So please beware. You, like parents, are stage performers. Unlike the movie stars who can have 40 retakes for a scene, you are performing on the stage. There should be no unguarded moment. There are no retakes in life for both parents and the teachers. You have to have impeccable behavior, both verbal and otherwise, when you are teaching. You try to be a role models, and role models are not born. And I would share very quickly some of the pearls for many of you who wish to become enthusiastic teachers. Communication is very key. Not only that you need to be a good speaker, but you need to be a good listener as well. And while you are teaching, please speak slow. so that you allow your words to sink. When you're teaching a classroom full of students who come from a variety of backgrounds, if you are trying to show your skills of elocution and you're speaking at breakneck speed without pausing, whether what you're saying is making, you know, with the students, I think it has, fallen flat. You should be able to comprehend, quickly grasp. If the student brings a problem, you should be able to quickly comprehend. But you don't have to ask 10 times, what are you saying? What patient you are telling? What the story you are telling? What are the signs? You should be able to paraphrase very quickly. And you must share, and I gave you earlier the example, some of our old teachers, they wouldn't share anything. If they learned anything in American Academy of Ophthalmology, for instance, when most of us couldn't afford to travel, they would keep that knowledge within themselves. They would not share. Okay, but now is not the case. So please keep sharing. You don't have to be insecure. You need to create an enabling environment. Don't be cynic. Don't criticize your teachers, your colleagues, the students, the superior, the head of the departments, the administration, the government. I think do not create negativity in your surrounding. I think do not blame your junior resident if your patient had a complication and developed endophthalmitis. Like we used to face that kind of music because we will be blamed even if the surgeon went wrong during his surgery. So please try to avoid creating negativity, and you should have people, don't keep company of cynics, and all these cynics in the world tend to pull together very quickly, and you would have seen that in your own experience. Have a healthy, never say die. Don't give up easily. And this situation happens during surgery many times when we're doing very, very complicated surgeries. So easy to give up. But if you give up, your students are also going to give up on tough situations in life. We should be able to synthesize knowledge. This is where the role of the school, the college, the teacher would come. That there's so much information, we are inundated. There's so many journals, there's so many books. We should be able to give a crystallized ideas or concepts of what the current thinking about a problem is. Also, please remember, students can spot whether you're an average, below average, or an above average, or an excellent teacher. Please foster and practice excellence. You must excel in any subspecialty in your discipline. You can't afford to be an average or below average in your clinical skills or as surgeon and then expect your students to excel. And be fair. I think most have been blamed, most of us as teachers have been blamed to be partial to some students. And I'm sure you can all recall those experiences in your own teaching career where you have been blamed for being unfair. And, some of the teachers have been punished as well. Be always honest. Don't ever ask your students to fudge a report, fudge a thesis, copy somebody's, fabricate data, and make duplicate publications. False claims. If you're making, fate is going to catch up, and we have seen our own lifetime several such dishonest academicians, including Nobel laureates, I'm afraid to say, have been called out on this sphere. You need to be fully committed. You want to be a teacher, so be fully committed to it. You can't say, well, I'm not happy being a teacher, so quit teaching and go elsewhere. And of course, you need to master. I have realized in my own life that I have to work at least 10 times harder than my residents to keep up or keep pace with them. So teachers, it's not easy for them but they need to be on top of the students. You don't want to be humiliated in a class full of students when you tell some fact and some student gets up and says, Madam, this is not true what you're saying. This concept has changed. You're teaching something old. And you have to be kind of a restless. Don't maintain status quo. Keep doing something new. And of course, you need to live the values you preach. And I'm showing you some of these objectives which MCI expects the candidates after once they qualify MS, they should be able to apply the current quality of standard of care. They need to be aware of limitations, situations, and warrant referrals. Now, how do you teach these competencies? Some of these competencies, I don't know details, but these competencies are when teachers practice themselves the current quality of care. They refer when they find that this is beyond my limits, and they send to people who are better qualified. Again, empathy and humanistic approach to your patients, they will learn from you when you are practicing it. If you are shouting, and I've had teachers who would shout not only at the resident, but who would shout at the patients and abuse them. And so please follow an empathetic approach while you're in the clinic. So friends, I would like to sum up that being a passionate teacher with the niche to teach is a tall order. You may not be able to develop all the characteristics in a single day, in a single session, but we will all develop. It's not innate. You are not born as a passionate teacher. We all learn, we all adapt, and we all learn as we go along. But the goal should be clear that you need to be a teacher whose students would be proud of you. And you need to be very, very highly committed, enthusiastic, honest. Try to become role models that your students follow. And then only we'll see the bright light, at the end of the tunnel. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts.
Indeed, very inspiring. Inspiring because you have walked the talk. You've done what you spoke about all your life and been a role model. I think as professionals, our two greatest points of satisfaction in our lives are the reward that we get from the grateful eyes of our patients. And the second is what we create for the next generation by teaching. Yes. I think both are equally gratifying, and none of us can be a true happy professional without both of these, I think. And that's why the itch to teach. And there is no question that our learning is much better once we clear our concepts by teaching. I think teaching is the greatest teacher to us as well. I think that's very beautifully put. I think I'll request the audience to put their points or questions or any thoughts that they may have to Dr. Amod Gupta before he logs off. Dr. Amod, I hope you'll stay on till the end of the session.
I hope so, for another hour or so. Yeah.
We'll call you back at the end of the session. We want...
I have some kind of a obligation, to leave. So I think
So
I'll
let's give
get till
2-3
11:30,
minutes
yeah,
for...
till the
so
first
let's
session.
have the comments at this moment, if there are any, for Professor Amod Gupta, because he may not be able to join us again. Yes, please. Please take a mic.
Sir, as sir told his story about the lion and the bones, when I was teaching, we had a case of thyroid eye disease, and the patient was
The mic closer to you.
the patient had thyroid eye disease. And similarly, one of my students said there are only two things in ophthalmology, either inflammation or infection. So can we start directly on steroids, omnocortil? And then the patient was on steroids for a very long time. So we should know where to stop, when to actually give. So that is the role of the teacher. So what Amod Gupta sir has said was very much applicable, that we have to tell the students when to start and where to stop. They didn't know where to stop actually.
Thank you. Thanks for those comments. So I think we'll thank Professor Amod Gupta and hope to see him sometime soon, hopefully in AIS.
Thank you, Dr. Grover. Yeah, thank you very much. And it's a privilege to thank you.
Thank you. I think next we have our president. Tell us about the educational initiatives by the AIS. I think AIS has come a long way in ophthalmic education, both at the level of residents and at the level of subspecialties over the years. And AIS has been extremely proactive, not just in continuing professional development, but also in promoting teaching at all levels. So I think the initiatives by the AIS have really made a difference. Let's hear Dr. Harbansh Lal, who's been an active teacher all his life, to tell us about the initiatives that AIS has taken.
Thank you, Professor Grover. And good morning to all of you. So most of the things you have been doing this year has been in my manifesto when I fought for the election. I'm very lucky to have the team, very dedicated team, very enthusiastic team, and particularly our secretary Santosh Unawar. Whatever idea is given to him, he really puts them into action very fast. And so has been our chairman scientific committee and chairman ARC Prashant Bhavankule. So we started a lot of new things. And first thing which we started was ARC PG teaching program, which is done every Wednesday night. And already the first program we did nearly 6 months back has got more than 3,500 views already there. So this is like a classroom teaching where the cases, short cases, long cases are presented. And it is by the residents, and their faculty or mentors will put up the questions. So this is actually going on very well. So I request all of you to keep on participating, not only in this program, in other programs as well. And already 36 episodes have been done of this teaching program. Then we started dynamic ebook, and the concept is that one person writes a chapter and then it goes to the editorial board. Editorial board will approve your chapter, and then you send it back after writing to them. Then they will approve it and upload onto the ebook. And this will have, below this, there will be value addition column. That means suppose I written a chapter, you want to add something, you can add over there. But everything will go through the editorial board. And it is like Kindle-like book. Already 2 apps have been developed for your Apple and this Android phones, both of them, where you can actually turn and read that book already. So with this, we received nearly 582 topics. More than 400 topics have been already approved. We have got approximately 100 submissions already there. So in a day or two, I think the app will be available and you can read on your mobile phone. And this is an ongoing process. So because of the paucity of the time, we could not edit to the extent we wanted. So I requested you put all the chapters now, and editing process will keep on doing. We'll keep on adding pictures. You can add your surgical videos also over there. So this will be ongoing process. And I'm sure in 2, 3, 4 years time, we will have very good educational material available on your fingertips. And this is, of course, being looked after by Keshav Sar Kullu, who is our chairman, editor proceeding. Then Guru Sangam, you are the part of that, you are saying. And we had to really compress this program because of a lot of activity happening, and we had to visit so many places to do many other things for the midterm conferences, other venue visit and all. But I'm thankful to Santosh Unawar to take the initiative, and initially wanted to have it on a regular basis. Then we thought we chose this Sunday so that we can have 3, 4 classes and in one day itself, and that way we could complete. And as we already told you that there will be silver certificate and a gold certificate, and then that means all those who participated will get a silver certificate, and those who really did excellent job and were selected by the students and the governing council will a gold certificate. And gold certificate will carry 2 points and a silver certificate will carry 1 point. Those who collect 5 points will be given the platinum award at the time of the IUC, and those who collect 10 points will be given a Dronacharya award. We wanted to start the Arjuna award for the students, but because of paucity at the time, we will not be able to do it this time. But the students who put up some more questions and the students who attends regular classes live will be awarded the Arjuna award in the coming years to come. So I request all of you to, and every time all of you have to present the new chapter. And this was not a pick and choose. All our activities are not pick and choose by any governing council, or the president, or the secretary, anybody. It is open offer to whole of the country without any bias. So we send the email, okay, this is the activity we are going to do, and anybody who wants to participate can come forward. So that way, everybody, everything has been in a totally democratic and transparent fashion. So we will request you to please prepare the next chapter, which should be a different subject. And the next program most likely will start in April, or as soon as the summer basak takes over in the March over there. And then another activity which we are going to do is a global journal scan. And me and Samar, we are not yet started. I think very soon you will get it. And me and Samara is the chairperson for that, and Rajesh Sinha is the convener. We have created a team in a different specialty. So the idea of this is that these people will go through the journal, and like suppose you and the cornea, they will go through the journal of the cornea of the last month and come out what was the most useful learning material available in the cornea journal last month. So every month, all the people will get the summary of one subject, each subject, they will get a summary that this is what they think is the best available, the word over literature is there. So we'll involve more and more people once it gets takes off. So I think within a week or two, you will get the first abstract of this. So because many of the practitioners and many of them, those who are practicing are very busy, they may not get time to actually go through the journals. I may not have even access to the journals. So that was the idea that sitting at home, anybody who wants to have, they can have it on their fingertips. Another initiative which, of course, our chairman scientific committee was very busy for preparing the scientific program, could not wait, but this will be done by Dr. Namrata Sharma. That is step-by-step surgical learning. It is like a dynamic ebook. So the first person who, like suppose you gave a topic will be invited from the all over the country. And again, you suppose you want to write on a ptosis, the first surgical video would be of around 20 minutes up to maximum 20 minutes, anything between 15 to 20 minutes. And then there may be value addition. That means anybody who is doing little differently from what it has been done, anybody wants to add, he can have 2 to 5 minutes of video submerged into that. So that when I go on to the ptosis surgery, I know what Dr. Grover is saying and what others are also talking about. So we have, so this will be a complete platform for the surgical training over there. OCAT, I had an idea that because our students keep on running from one place to the other place for taking a fellowship. So I had an idea that after passing, we have a exam. On the basis of that, a student get a fellowship in a various institution. But I'm thankful to the Santosh Nahar for taking it to a step higher. He suggested that we do the ophthalmic knowledge assessment test, OCAT, and it will be every year, first year, second year, third year, so that we know who is the student who is performing consistently well. And we are in talk with the various institutions who do the fellowship program. And the idea is that we will have the interview done at the IOC itself by the various institutions those who want to participate, and there will be full chart over there. So all those students who want to appear, so it will be all organized. This time we could not do it, but I'm sure that the long-term vision is that at one place, all the students appear for the exam, and the various places where the fellowship is conducted, they give weightage to this score and select the students for the fellowship so that they don't have to run from the pillar to post. And we, of course, you must have seen our AIUS SST lab is there, SSTC lab is there, which is a wet lab running throughout the year. So we do monthly, 2 monthly programs, MIGS, perimetry, and surgical training. So the people bring the instruments. We have done already 6, 7 this years. And I'm very happy to tell you that the people not only from neighboring states, people as far as from Telangana, Kerala, Karnataka came over here for the hands-on training. Because this hands-on training is over here is far better because you get full half day, 1 day training with the experts over here. And like when you go to some AIOC, you get a very short period of time, but there's a full time 4 hours, 5 hours. You can talk to the faculty and can have the hands-on training of the various procedures, whether it's iris fixated IUL, whether it's a keratoplasty, MIGS. So this all is being conducted at the headquarters itself. So you can encourage your students, if anybody wants to come over here, this program is regularly advertised. Thank you all. And if you have got any suggestions, we'll be more than happy to take them up.
So wonderful to know all that the AIS is doing and the new initiatives that have been added. Of course, AIS has done a lot all along the way, both for the residency and the subspecialty programs. And the next is to look forward to what our new president-elect has in mind, what thoughts he has to further ophthalmic education. As you know, the education is the most critical step in ensuring service to our masses. If we are giving a good quality education, we are building the future of eye care in this country. And that's true for eye care anywhere across the globe. And that's why these initiatives by the AIUS matter so much. Shamar Bashak
Thank you.
is a teacher who is renowned not without reason, because of the quality of his work and because of the quality of his teaching, which he's followed with passion all his life.
Thank you, Grover, sir, for your kind words. And my subject is teaching by AIOS, the way forward for next few years. I have crossed the mark, it is our vision. So whatever going on, I have a little different view. Whatever is going on post-COVID, the quantity and quality of teaching by the IOS and other society is like Tota Kahini of Rabindranath Tagore. You know the Tota Kahini of Tagore's. It is like the student is Tota, and there are a lot of teaching materials are available everywhere, like in the net, in the YouTube, from the colleagues, from the teachers, from maybe. So ultimately, our goal is different. If you see that I have taken a small clip of that Tota Kahin, it is a cartoon form. So the Tota is there, the king is trying to teach Tota everything. And then Mantri and other educationists, everywhere, everybody come that with books and everything to feed Tota with all sort of knowledge. All sort of knowledge. Ultimately, Tota cannot take those knowledge. Ultimately, they are just make a bunch of those knowledge and feeding the Tota with the knowledge. So this is, if you want to read, it is a small story by Tagore, Tota Kahini. Ultimately, the Tota died and with full of knowledge. So what I am thinking, teaching, it is, you think about total eye health care, not for PG student. It is teaching not for ophthalmology. When we are talking on the platform of AIOS, it is for all, from PG to senior ophthalmologist, from optometrist to ophthalmic assistant, because they are supporting us. One of ophthalmologist is supported by 5 or 10 supportive staffs. Then ophthalmic technicians to MLOPs, because they are taking so many, you have to teach them how they will take the tension rightly, or gonioscopy, many people are doing like that. Even the government has introduced ASHA worker and Anganwadi workers. So you have to teach them how to give, when to give, and when not to give steroids and so on in conjunctivitis. We also teach the other people of other branches of medicine. And we have also introduced the public education forum. Netragan is also there. So public should know that what is the different types of IOL. Why the refractive IOL? What is refractive IOL? What is multifocal, trifocal, etc.? So much knowledge is there. Who will teach them? Who will teach them? The company people will teach them, or you will teach them. Definitely you will teach them because it is your patient. So all this thing you have to think when you talk about the teaching by the AIOST in a bigger platform, not for only for PG is just there, but we have to take care for all. When you see this figure, this is that yellow highlighter. Is very striking. The third most common cause of blindness in India is cataract surgery related complication, 7.2%. And these are mostly avoidable blindness, mostly preventable blindness. So who will teach them? So it should be focused teaching towards the need of the country. Cataract blindness, we know we are doing cataract surgery. It is bread and butter of our everything. But wrong things are also going on simultaneously. That's why 7.2% is the figure, is the third commonest cause of blindness in the country. Of course, there are other programs are going on like Glaucoma Society. They are doing glaucoma awareness program with the public, with the students, then diabetic retinopathy camps, etc. And it is the awareness that is also comes under the purview of teaching. So teaching aims for the juniors. We are not talking about how to, when the student come out from PG, then fellowship or senior residency, how to set up, run a solo practice independently. Day-to-day running of a solo clinic or a small hospital, we do not teach them. It is also an area to be focused. In fact, probably I'll be thinking next year there will be one hall dedicated for practice management, only whole day practice management, because there everything is problematical. Because when the juniors, because we have a very large private group of hospital, many people come to us and they do not know what to do. So like on insurance, on money matters, and also you need to know the art of medicine. So what I feel that theory, every theory is there. When you try to teach, I used to take fellow 4 in a year, and when I try to teach them theory, no, sir, you just teach me how to do this. How to do this on practical, so no syndrome now. No syndrome. They want to see the patient. So the clinics is also depend on more on practical basis. You see, you can show plenty of picture, but when some patients is in your, some typical atypical keratitis in front of you, show them. And they will learn that rather than showing a picture, rather than this junction violet stain, this culture is looking like this. These are all theory. I have heard from RP Center, they started their class in the wet lab now because they don't want to learn the what is imperfect principle of doing what is called gonioscopy, now applanation tension. Well, no, these are nonsense. These are nonsense. Why I should know that you show me how to do it correctly and where I will be wrong. So applanation, what is the Perkins? What is the slit lamp mounted? What is the other method of doing it? And comparing they want to learn that, not the theory. So minimum theory, case-based approach, practical, hands-on, all level class. So I have heard one lecture in American Academy last year, incorporating artificial intelligence on designing teaching and evaluation program. Santosh, I have tried with ChatGPT. It gives several types of answer. So we can discuss that. That is actually wonderful. You want to know that how the recent, because students now, PG or students or senior resident, sprung their knowledge. They are everywhere. So only ophthalmology is a little part of their life. So you have to think about that. So focus teaching, observership, hands-on teaching and skill transfer is nicely going on. And replicating this Prayogshala. Zonal level, maybe state level. So we are on the talk. Probably EIS can do it. I typically do, I want to go one step further. Structure, skill transfer course, but it's hands-on. Here it is wet lab based. I used to visit 6 places in a year, abroad 2 or 3 places, in the country 2 or 3 places. They invite us, I see the infrastructure. So it is typically 2.5 days hands-on. Whatever knowledge I have, whatever skill I have, I used to go there. Even I go to Bangladesh, Myanmar and Philippines, all Southeast Asia, typically 2.5 days. So mostly voluntary work. So 2 days. So I choose some people there from that. It is only on institute base. This is specially important for subspecialty subject. Like Santosh, I can invite Santosh to our institute. I can give 3 young oculoplasty. He will teach, I will gather patient, he will do one and they will do mentored surgery. So in that way, you learn very fast, very fast. And then you take feedback after 1 year. And this is a very fast learning of surgical skill. Similarly, the same thing can be applied to non-surgical, I mean clinic-based, like uveitis, uvea, then neuro-ophthalmology, that you have a group of patients, group of selected who are interested to learn those subjects. Then the mentor, 1 or 2 mentors will be there. They can interact. The whole day will be the same, not in a big gathering. They're learning from each other. It is so much interactive. And I also learned from that why not I have not thought of this thing earlier. So I used to get tips from them also, that, okay, I will apply this thing in my next surgery. So this way, the more people can be fitted in the loop. That is all my saying. Thank you very much for your patience here. If you have any question, I can take those questions.
Thank you, Dr. Basak. Actually, you brought out some very important points, that teaching at one point in time, skill transfer for 1.5 hours, 2 hours. I really don't know how far it goes when you translate it into doing. But when it would become a regular program at the zonal level or at a state level, I think the role of larger organizations in the state, whether private or government, can have a very important role to play, and you can call for volunteers who are willing to participate in this activity. Thank you for your talk. I now invite Dr. Grover. I think all of us know him well, and I won't eat into your time, and let Dr. Grover do the talking.
Good morning, everyone. It's really a great initiative by AIS to have this Guru Sangam. And the way forward is to have teachers who are motivated, who are well-trained to take the ophthalmology education and therefore the services to a new high, which we all aspire for. You've heard of the current initiatives that AIS has taken. You've heard of the future that the president-elect has spoken about. But there is a lot that has been done over the years which we need to benefit from. And I'll try and point out some of the work that has been done over the years by AIOS to create that kind of a milieu where we can benefit in our current educational practices. So I'm going to talk about AIOS Ophthalmology National Curriculum. Why should we incorporate it into our programs? Everybody has spoken about the problems, the magnitude of problems that we face with regard to the blindness scenario in this country and the huge volume of work that we need to undertake, and having the right kind of manpower, adequate numbers, well-trained, professionally good, surgically good, so that we don't get that 7.2% which Dr. Basak alluded to. And that is where our training is critical. A quarter century ago, when I was the chairman academic research committee, we did the first ever survey of medical colleges. 69 medical colleges responded out of the 138 odd we had at that time. And we could get the perceived shortcomings from the chairman or heads of the departments at that time. And we all are familiar with the kind of difficulties that we have been faced with over the years. We've addressed many of them over the years and looked at those challenges and tried to overcome them. Subspecialty teaching, equipment, faculty being busy or short were some of the most important problems. So we know what the way forward is. We need to improve our human resources, both at the teaching level and the ones that we are going to create as future teachers. And one of the major shortcomings was an up-to-date and responsive curriculum tailored to national needs. So in 2011, the IAS took an initiative to have a workshop, spend a lot of time with it to create a national ophthalmology residency training curriculum. And then subspecialties, the same initiative was repeated, and we have created an extensive guidelines and curriculum for subspecialty programs in ophthalmology in 2016, which was revised by us from Collegium of the All India Ophthalmic Society in 2016. If you look them up, they are very extensive documents covering all aspects, including minimum requirements, accreditation norms, including the content of the curriculum, which covers the most modern aspects, including professionalism, ethics, and so on and so forth. So this was a consensus document from 2011 national workshop with nationwide participation. And then as a part of, I was also a part of the curriculum committee for MCI. And there a set of teachers looked at that, made their added recommendations. And this we put together in Indian Journal of Ophthalmology as a national curriculum, which is practical, which is involved a lot of people at all levels from all institutions and AIS level. Now, these were initially adopted from ICU residency curriculum and then modified according to our disease pattern, our milieu, and needs of the country. So this curriculum committee played a role in simplifying it and making specific recommendations, which were then published in the Indian Journal of Ophthalmology in 2018 and are available to you. These are the guidelines for subspecialty programs, which are also available on the AIS website for you, and which would give recommendations on all aspects of subspecialty education. Subspecialty education, I feel, is very critical to giving good residency training. If subspecialties exist well in institutions, they take care of a lot of residency needs. Let's begin by looking at how curriculum is defined. Oxford Dictionary simply names it as subjects included in a course of study. However, what most believe is that it's not just an agenda or program contents, it is a planned educational experience and covers all aspects of the educational experience that come about. Now, why do we need to adopt this AIS national curriculum? We'll see what it contains. It is a comprehensive, up-to-date document crafted by subspecialty committees of national experts, adapted for Indian milieu, vetted by experienced teachers. There were 3-stage vetting, including by all members of Ophthalmological Society, adopted by membership and leadership of AIS after prolonged sustained efforts. Each exercise was a long sustained effort. Now, what all does it lay down? How will it benefit us? Why should we adopt it? It lays down what the core competencies are that are needed. It lays down requirements for residency teaching structure in each institution, what kind of structure is desirable, including the infrastructure requirements, both ophthalmic and educational. It also talks about bed strength requirements, patient volume requirements, because those are criteria set by National Board and the Medical Council, now NMC, which may not be practical for ophthalmology. And we've been working on this for a long time, and the faculty requirements. It also lays down in detail the curriculum content, teaching and learning methods, minimum requirement of diagnostic and therapeutic procedures that we would expect from each resident or each subspecialty fellow before he clears his training. Also lays down the minimal requirements of surgeries required to be performed by them. These are things which are not clear cut. I mean, they're not black and white. So there had to be a lot of thought in what is practical for us and what needs to be followed from where we are at this stage of our development of residency training and subspecialty training. It also lays down, in fact, articulates the educational resources available. This is something that will update from day to day, but there is a basis there. And deals with formative and summative assessment methodology as well in great detail to be totally practical. Of course, it means that sometimes it would grow outdated and will need to change, but there had to be a basic thing that had to be laid down. So the core competencies identified in the curriculum were patient care, compassionate, appropriate, effective, kind of medical knowledge that there should be, kind of practice-based learning and improvements that need to take place in the light of newer scientific evidence, the evidence-based practice of medicine. It lays emphasis on communication skills, professionalism, and system-based practice. Also, we realize that management is something that we need to do in our day-to-day practices in a big way. And therefore, all these, including financial management, need to be a part of our curriculum. The committee also went out of the way to recommend that the degree courses are the ones that should be held. There should be no diploma courses, because as we find, all diploma candidates, virtually all of them, go into a DNB course to complete their DNB. And that's why it's a waste of effort to have diploma courses. It laid down the equipment and teaching infrastructure. All the equipment required were listed. All the teaching infrastructure requirements were listed. And the faculty requirement as a recommendation to then MCI and now NMC. Bed strength requirement, which has been a barrier because 25 beds were initially laid down. NB also lays down a number of beds for accreditation. So the committee also suggested that it should be based on other criteria, outpatient attendance, surgical procedure performed, rather than on bed strength in ophthalmology. The curriculum content was quite detailed. It laid down both the cognitive and technical skills needed, minimum acceptable diagnostic procedure, minimum acceptable therapeutic and surgical procedure, and also a detailed subspecialty-wise course content. And this content was divided into basic, standard, and advanced, and some were prioritized into must know. This is all available for us to look at and also division into what could be divided into year 1 and 2 and 3, although there can be no watertight compartmentalization, but a sort of guidance is always a help. So it had sections on all subspecialties, also on community ophthalmology, research, and ethics and professionalism. So all these sections have been dealt with in this document. Teaching and learning methods have also been detailed, theoretical and clinical teaching, teaching in preclinical and paraclinical subjects, as well as surgical training, all aspects of it, including wet labs and so on and so forth. Minimum requirement of diagnostic and therapeutic procedures were laid down, and actual number that they should have in their logbook of having really done were also listed out by that group, including all subspecialties, refraction, diagnostic assessment of squint, and so on. Minimum number of procedures have been laid down. Not always followable strictly, but as a guideline, they are useful. Similarly, number of surgical procedures that each one should have. Now we have the world data on what the requirement in different countries is. US has something like 86. I don't know how they've worked out whether it should not be 85 or 87. But there is at least a guideline. So this is what we thought we need to aspire for at this stage. And then, of course, we can keep modifying it. All the educational resources that are available have also been listed out in the national curriculum. The details of assessment, including formative assessment, logbook, and internal assessments, summative, including thesis, theory, practical, detailed structure has been laid down. Logbook, what it should have. Assessment tools have been simplified for Indian needs. Ophthalmic clinical evaluation exercise, which was available from ICU, has been adapted to Indian needs. The surgical assessment competency assessment rubric has again been simplified for Indian use so that it is practical, it is used more often rather than let's get to a stage where we're using it before we go on to the finer things. Tool for assessment of presentations has also been defined, and objectively structured clinical examination structure has also been given. So this is the adapted rubric for OSEX, for OSCA, the surgical competency, and for assessment of presentations. Suggested structure for an OSCE has also been given. And for summative assessment, we went into the details of what the exams should have, how the division of exam marks in examination should be. So all aspects of a setup for teaching and all aspects of what needs to be done have been dealt with in this, and which is totally done by Indian experts for Indian environment, Indian milieu, Indian requirements. So we need to look at this, and we need to periodically evaluate and revise it based on the feedback most important from our students and from the changing needs of the society. But this is the part that remains to be done. It is not implemented yet, so we need to really work hard towards this one single slide objective. We need to acknowledge the ICO from where we took the basic concepts and this huge number of people who were parts of that workshop and part of that committee constituted by MCI to recommend the curriculum to them. Grateful to them for have created this document. Thank you very much. Hope we benefit from this.
So thank you, Dr. Grover, sir. And it is a huge task. Actually, the NMC, we have to be with the NMC for next year because some changes might happen and we'll go with it. We'll go with it. Next is Dr. Santosh Onabar. He'll be speaking on OCAT, why, how, and when.
Good morning. I think you're already familiar with AIS OCAT. We have sent several mailers. It's the first time that we are doing it. This is the debut. OCAT stands for Ophthalmology Knowledge Assessment Test. The question was, can we have an India-centric, standardized, objective, curriculum-based online resident education program? So each word is important here, India-centric, because we want our curriculum, India-centric curriculum to be followed, not the Western curriculum. Standardized because each question has to be standardized to elicit response in a desired manner, and over a period of time, suboptimal questions are to be weeded out. Standard practice is to weed out the top 10 questions and the bottom 10 questions, least answered and the most answered questions. And each stem of each question has to be validated and supplemented with modifications if necessary over a period of time. So we already have a question bank based on which we are working this time, but for the future, we'll create a very larger question bank. Like for FACO, we created a question bank of 6,000 questions plus. So similarly for OCAT, we'll have a very larger question bank, which is curriculum based, because what Dr. Grover presented just now can be implemented only when it is used. And this is one way of making sure that people start using the curriculum, because this exam is totally curriculum based. It will not have a focus on one particular thing. It will be so broad based that the entire curriculum will be represented in those 150 questions in each part. It is online. It's being conducted by a similar organization which conducts USMLE, GRE, TOEFL, Prometrics, or a similar organization. And it is an instant result. There's no moderation there. So whatever the answer will be displayed on the screen at the end of the exam. This is the first time that we are conducting the first exam is on March 3. And you know about ICO exam. ICO exam has the basic component and the advanced component. The basic component has visual sciences, optics, refraction, and instruments, and clinical ophthalmology, whereas the advanced exam is slightly different. And the fees that is generally spent is about 200,000 rupees, 2 lakh rupees. Whereas our AIOS exam has a fee of 5,000 rupees. And it is much more broad-based. In year 1, we have what is called FK, or foundational knowledge, which will test for anatomy, physiology, ocular physiology, ophthalmic biochemistry, ophthalmic pharmacology, ophthalmic pathology and microbiology as relevant to ophthalmology, genetics, optics, and refraction. This is year 1 curriculum, and it is totally based on the AIOS curriculum. So we have used the AIOS curriculum completely to format OCAT. So it's a kind of forced use of the curriculum, so to say, retrofitting the test to the curriculum. Year 2 will have clinical knowledge, which will be objective. That means each subspecialty will be represented in those 150 questions uniformly. So year 3 will be problem solving, which means the questions will be more analytical. A clinical situation will be presented to the candidate on which a question will be asked. A brief history and followed by questions, or a picture followed by questions. So this will be based mainly on problem solving skills. And this year 3 will have fewer number of questions. For year 1 and 2, we have 150 questions to be answered in 150 minutes. In year 3, we have 100 questions to be answered in 150 minutes. So each question will get about 1.5 minutes to analyze and answer. So these are the 3 components that we have: foundational knowledge, clinical knowledge, and clinical skills. And the first component can be taken by anybody who is in the first year of residency. Second component can be taken by anybody who's completed the first and is in the second year of residency. And the third component can be taken by somebody who's in the third year or has finished the residency. And whoever has finished the residency or is in the third year can take all the 3 components together. There is absolutely no problem because they'll be held individually. Now, this year we have been able to kind of have the exam on one single day. So it'll start at 9 o'clock and it'll end at 11:30. Then we have a 1 hour gap, goes on until 6 o'clock in the evening. So it's a very intensive exam, but for next year, we'll split it up into 2 days. So what will it kind of give? It will give a raw score depending on number of questions answered, and then will be a percentile scoring. Whoever is beyond a 50th percentile, obviously, that passing level is not there here. We are just going to represent the raw score and the OCAT score percentile. And it is for whoever is going to use that score for whatever as the baseline. For example, Dr. Lal was mentioning that we are in talks with institutes which organize fellowships to use this as the baseline instead of each institute conducting their own exam. which means that candidates will have to travel from Chennai to Madurai to Hyderabad to wherever. Giving these exams, that will be a story of the past. They'll give one centralized exam, just like USMLE, you have that scoring system. Based on that, candidates will be shortlisted and an interview will be conducted, and the institute can apply whatever else they have in mind to select or filter out candidates further. But this will be one baseline kind of a situation. So how will it, why should we take it at all? Because it will promote standardized learning. It will make sure that the candidate or who takes OCAT goes through ophthalmology in a very broad-based sense, right from the foundation blocks of anatomy, physiology, biochemistry, pharmacology, pathology, microbiology to optics, refraction, so that they build on it. Otherwise, they directly go to SICS and FACO, which is of course is required, but unless you have a broad-based knowledge, it sometimes can be handicapping. Then you have an objective assessment. It is a third-party assessment. There is no kind of subjectivity. It's my internal candidate, my internal examiner. There's nothing of that sort. It is absolutely objective. And based on which we plan to give awards and grants in future. We have 50 travel grants in AIOS for which there is no criteria currently. Everybody may have a similar CV. Everybody may have 2 or 3 publications, whoever applies, younger people. But this may be a guideline or a kind of a system where we can choose candidates. And most important is national accredited fellowship grid and matching system, where just like the US, we tend to create a fellowship grid where all the institutes which have a fellowship vacancy will incorporate their number of seats in the grid, and candidates will apply to whatever the institutes of their choice, 1, 2, 3, and the institutes have a prerogative to choose candidates from there. So this will be a national fellowship matching grid. It can replace fellowship exams and be the standard measure for interviews, as I said. And we are in informal talks with FRC Ophthalmology and FRCS to be validated this as an entry exam. They want us to conduct at least 3 years exam and then give them the data, after which they'll decide. They'll not decide before 3 years. So after 3 years, it most likely will be the baseline exam for you to take FRCS step 2 directly, and also trying for certification by the Ophthalmology Foundation. And this will, of course, FACO subspecialty is already there, which is an online examination followed by offline clinical examination. So OCAT and then FACO subspecialty, they kind of merge seamlessly. So that's about it. If you have any questions, feedback, please ask. And please take this message back to your students and encourage them to apply. This year's exam is anyway being held, but for next year, we'll be starting the process much ahead in time. And please encourage your students to apply.
Thank you, Santosh.
Dr. Santosh, like I run a fellowship course in KGMU, which is vetted by our academic council.
Right.
And it has to go through our executive council, and we have all those institutional mandates. So is there a provision where we can match, because independently we are not allowed to give our fellowship to your grid as of now?
Okay.
So
you can use the score.
No, because we have our own internal exam.
Okay.
The university conducts its own fellowship exam for all the fellowships that the university is providing.
Right.
Whether it is PDCC cardiology, PDCC anesthesia, fellowships in ophthalmology, ENT.
So you're a medical university, so possibly you have those compulsions.
Yeah.
But say, for example, in Karnataka, there is the Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Sciences, where individual institutes conduct the fellowship program. So some universities allow that kind of entering into the matching system.
Maybe we can sit and talk across and find a via media where we could participate in both.
Yes.
Because this way, we just get sort of cowed down by the people from the local areas only appearing in those exams.
Right.
We don't get an all India base.
Exactly.
So I would actually look for an all India base for that.
It's possible the basic criteria for appearing for that exam can be set by the OCAT school. That means you can take the university exam, provided you have cleared the certain percentile of the OCAT, so that you will get some of the top students from across the country. You don't have to change your university norms, but for appearing for the university exam, you have to have cleared the OCAT exam of 3 years or 1 year, 2 year, and that should be the minimum percentile before appearing for the.
Virender, you wanted to?
Yeah, I know.
So integration will take time once this takes off. And most institutions know that at least they have a basis to evaluate the residents. They can use the next step. I mean, many may still like to conduct an interview on their own, but they at least have a baseline. They don't have to do a theory exam first
Right.
and then go on to the.
Standard baseline, which is comparable across the country.
So excellent initiative. I
Yeah.
think it should really benefit the.
Can I say
Yeah, yeah,
something,
of course,
Dr. Grover?
Virender.
I think this is very nice, great that you have presented. Maybe you start with the institutions like ours, LVPS, and where the university and other regulations are not applicable. And there you just say become the partner, and then this score becomes a qualify marks.
Correct. Right.
So that we will call cutoff is OCAT score this and this. Only those people who will be able to.
Absolutely. That is the
That will reduce the work for the
Sure.
institution, and that will improve the quality.
Absolutely.
We are in talk with all of these institutions. They have certain apprehensions. I think once this exams, first of all, some of them had apprehensions. Suppose somebody goes to the court and says, "Yeah, I was the topper, but I was not taken into LPI. What happens?"
We'll
So
create also.
I'm coming to, we are already, that is in our mind to integrate all of the fellowship program. We are in talk with all the major institutions. Even if the major institutions do not accept it as of now, they are very supportive of the idea, but they are not yet accepted it completely. At least there are hundreds of places where the fellowship is taking place. At least for those places, it will start working immediately. And as soon as we get these, what we call as a major 3 or 4, which are in the south, LBPI, Shankar Natale, Arvind on the board, I think this will become very, very lucrative and very, very. So already in talk.
Yeah, it's a win-win situation, sir.
And
Court
not
and
only this,
other.
we have given them the open offer. After this score, you can have your own criteria. Like suppose this score carries 50% weightage, you can have 50% weightage of your own interview. You can lay down your own norm. If this is the bond you have got to fill up, this is the security money you have got to give. AIOS is absolutely open about it. We are just giving you a score. That's it.
No, sir,
Rest all these.
first, I think the performance and the quality, the sanctity that this score is actually reliable, and there is no garbad, then the trust will be.
Yeah,
absolutely.
We even offered them, they can conduct the exam, we have got no problem. So far as the IOC is concerned, it is absolutely open. If any institution by rotation wants to conduct the exam, they can conduct the exam. But AIOS at least wants to start so that people don't have to run from pillar to the post. And some of the smaller places you may not know, and some of the students may be brilliant, but they may not speak English well, they may not be able to present well. So they may be missing out on these good centers. So you want them, at least people to start thinking, anybody who has cleared the exam and national level top and the top 10, probably is worthy of trying and taking to your institution. So we are looking at that all the people from across the country can come forward, and sooner or later, this big institution will fall into the place.
I think a great area. It's very obvious that, of course, it will solve all our problems. Like our fellowship exam, people all over come and we take a first theory exam and we have to weed out all the poor performers. So this will probably set a standard. We can really take the cream and start. But the additional advantage, what I think for having a DNB course is, we can enforce this to all our DNB students first, second, third years. So we can force as an institution to take your all 3 steps so that we ourselves have an additional, apart from our FAT exams or formative assessment, this can be an additional formative assessment for our students at the cost of AOS.
So I support all the 3 exams.
Thank you, Santosh.
I have one question. We are doing these PG initiatives, but the PGs who are not registered to AIUs, can they access these mails?
Why should they not be registered?
No, they cannot, they can access everything, but it's just that they have to become a member.
No, so if they don't want to become, can they get as PG registered, they can get the mails? No.
No, they can get mails for sure. There is no
Yeah.
problem.
Yeah, that is what.
Yeah.
No, they have to be the member because the
Email,
membership
email.
is very
Email.
low. And in
Information.
fact, this exam, we are kept very low. Actually, I was thinking that we should charge more and give the huge, just a minute. And to give the good scholarship to the top 10 people of say few lakhs rupees. Because 5,000 is nothing. These days, most of the PGs, I don't know what is the status in this state. At least they get 30, 40, 50,000 minimum. 50, 55. So 5,000, 10,000, 5,000. Yeah. In Delhi, of course, it is 1 lakh plus. It is 1 lakh plus. I think Gangaram is 1 lakh plus, and in the RPC 1,35,000 something. So the PGs are getting good money. And in fact, we should think over it, whether we should increase the fee and give them the top 10, give them few lakhs rupees to go wherever they want to. I mean, to the institutions who take them out.
No, we'll do
Once
that.
you set up a 5, it will be
Money
very
is not the issue at all. It's just that they have to become members of AIOS. There's one more way of encouraging them. They can become members even in the first year of residency. Not a
Okay, we'll have some more discussion at the end. Now we'll request Dr. Abhijit Kaur, who has been a teacher all her life and very highly regarded as a teacher. Tell us about how theory can be made more lucid.
While it's being set up, I thank the organizers for this opportunity. And actually, since morning, I've been wondering that when we walked into this AIOS building, wow, it's changed. It's looking so nice. It has so much of facility. How many of you actually thought how deep the foundation is? It's not only that. Most often what we see is the end product. Most often what we say that, oh, that institution has very good teaching is based on what the product they have churned out. How much thought is ever given to actually delve on how that foundation is going to be made? We are all teachers and we are very proud to be teachers, and we say that teaching is our passion. Have you ever sat back and thought how we are going to teach? How am I going to be relevant to this child who is sitting in front of me? And that is the purpose of this topic. Thank you, Santosh, for giving it to me. I actually sat thinking myself after this. So there are some pictures which I have picked up from the net. What is lucid? What do you understand when you say lucid? Lucid means clear. So is it the clarity of expression only? Or is it also the ease of understanding? I was presently surprised that dictionary writes lucid, including the ease to understand. So it is basically a match. It is a coupling of what you are saying. You may be thinking that you are saying it very clearly. भाई जो मैं बोल रही हूँ मुझे लग रहा है कि अगले को तो समझ में आ ही रहा है. But actually, is the receptor being activated by what the input is? That is what we have to plan. That is what we have to think about. So obviously, in doing a theory teaching, the person who is teaching the theory would have some challenges, and the person who is receiving that theoretical knowledge, जिसको हम कहते हैं सब कुछ नेट पे अवेलेबल है, theory तो हम नेट से पढ़ लेंगे. See, that is actually also a challenge. कि उसको आप कैसे पढ़ेंगे, आप क्या समझेंगे, कहाँ से पढ़ेंगे, all that needs to be known. So let's first focus on the faculty related challenges. The first challenge is content. क्या पढ़ाना है? What? How much? And how? Because when you choose what, you have to keep in mind the curriculum, the content, that you don't underrepresent or overrepresent any faction, any segment of what is actually the mandate. The mandate is set by the curriculum. And so much work goes into designing a curriculum. But if you don't focus on that, when you are teaching theory, you pick up one segment. Now, if you are teaching an undergraduate and MBBS knowledge of cataract, and you start telling him the complications or later problems with an advanced or a difficult phacoemulsification, is it relevant to an MBBS student? No, it is not. So what you teach, how much you teach, you have to align with your learning objectives and also start using the appropriate methodology for teaching. And that is where the role of the lesson plan comes in. The second is concept. What are you wanting to teach them? What is the concept behind it? Is it appropriate? Is it relevant? Is it applicable? What we call of translational medicine. Then for all this, the teacher actually has to prepare himself or herself. There is a huge segment of teacher preparedness. And this is where we include the intended learning objectives, the feedback. How many of us actually take a feedback? Now, of course, NMC has mandated, and all those who are in institutions who are bound by the NMC, after every lecture, there is a feedback form which the students will either scan and respond. And in NAC accreditations of universities, we have to physically produce those feedback forms. And the children are, because it is anonymous, children are so honest that they will actually tell you the names of teachers they don't want them to teach, or the ones they want to be repeated. Time management. That is another very important part of the teacher's teaching, because if in that allotted 30 minutes or 40 minutes, if the teacher is just blabbering and blabbering, where is the time to find out whether the child has understood or not? It's just like you vomited out all that you know without actually realizing that the student has not understood it. Assessment. Now, this is a very common phrase used in the medical teaching parlance. Assessment drives learning. Children will only learn what they know will be assessed. But from the teacher's point of view, is your assessment valid? Suppose you are trying to assess the speed of a car, and then you say that you have different parameters, different type of cars, third generation cars, fourth generation cars. You're not matching your validity and reliability and relevance of that assessment to that particular mode of teaching learning. So assessment is extremely important. Let's now shift to the challenges that the students face. NMC has given to larger institutions 250 students. One batch, one lecture hall. Child sitting in the back. पहले तो जो पीछे जाता है, वो it says a lot about the child's personality. He's not interested in learning, or he's finding it very difficult, or he is not being able to match up, he is feeling intimidated, whatever XYZ the reason may be. So knowledge is actually available. Your relevance is when, as Dr. Amod Gupta said in the morning, when you turn it into wisdom. That is what the student wants from you. So you have to engage with the student when you are teaching theory. Give them a flipped classroom in a small group. Teach them the theory based on that. If it's a lecture, let them know what you will be teaching. Let them come prepared. Start off with a basic of how much they know, and then build your talk. Resource disparity. As was said by Dr. Grover, that there are so many medical colleges who actually don't even reach the basic bar of essential requirements. We all know it. So those disparity from the student's point of view translates into financial, infrastructural, and the availability of educational material. Heterogeneity of a population. You have the urban toppers, you have the rural toppers, you have the middle urban, you have the middle rurals, you have the fluent English speaking cohort, and you have the ones who don't know English at all. What do you do? How do you match? So from the teacher's point of view, a unilingual English language or an English like that Shashi Tharoor uses, 3/4 of your class would not know what you're speaking. So you have to make it bilingual, absorbable by the candidate. Identifying misconceptions. It is very difficult to change what they already know. And for that, you actually have to identify that they have learned wrongly earlier. So small groups come in very handy for this purpose. All these problems, yet we have to teach, we have to let them know the theory. So what can we do? Let's know the strategies. Teachers should set their intended learning outcomes, not only set it for themselves. Let the student know well in advance what is required from them. All institutions have now WhatsApp groups. The teacher can post, okay, tomorrow's class, this is the topic. This is the ILO for that topic. And you must customize your teaching as per the needs of that area, including the language and the methodology. Simplify the language. It was nicely said that you don't have to show how much you know. You just have to make them know. You have to make them learn. And don't show off your pompousness by your language. It is irrelevant because in the feedback, they will say English was too difficult. हमें नहीं समझ में आया. Use analogies, metaphors, real life situations, case studies. Bridge the gap. Give them a real life situation. Use audiovisual aids, diagrams, charts, animations. Now there is so much of material on e-learning. So many platforms. I know that the media houses, the publishing media houses are actually running with their bags to institutions that you take this platform, you take the clinical key, let the students learn from that. So even the teachers need to be aware of the availability of all these resources. Active learning. Don't let it be a throwing from higher to lower. It has to be participatory. We are all at the same level. Encourage active engagement by discussion, problem-solving activities, reflections, and only then will you deepen the understanding and reinforce learning. Chunk your information. Make small nuggets out of it, segment it, break it down, and avoid cognitive overload. 50 facts in 30 minutes, nobody remembers anything. Use a customized teaching approach, large group, small group. This is a whole gamut of information in the medical education field, and diversity definitely enhances the attention. Feedback should be immediate, anonymous, and it should be a two-way loop. We should give our feedback to the children, what we felt about the class, identify the good ones, the participatory ones, acknowledge them in their group. They feel good about it. Others will want to emulate it. Also know from the student what he felt about you. So in nutshell, making teaching theory lucid is not just about simplifying the content. It is also about engaging the learner in a way that makes sense to them. They are at the forefront. It's an ongoing process of adaptation and refinement and should meet the needs of the diverse learners. That is why we say lecture theater. It's a theater where you are the performer. Thank you.
Thank you for that lucid talk. You covered all aspects so very well. You spoke about wisdom. Wisdom has been defined as what is left after all that was taught has been forgotten. So it's the process, it's the mental processes that you acquire, the methodology that you acquire for learning that helps. Today's day, knowledge is at your fingertips. You don't have to recall things, but it's the process of acquiring that wisdom which is important, which you so well highlighted. So we will now go on to the last talk of this session, which is Dr. Krishna Prasad, who's been associated with so many initiatives for ophthalmic education, surveys, publications. He will tell us what it takes to do the most important aspect of education, the actual clinical and learning based on patients.
Thank you, sir. So at the outset, I'm indebted to the entire AOS for having me here. And obviously, Dr. Santosh, Dr. Namrata were all my senior residents at RPC and all the teachers here who are here. And all the people at the helm, Dr. Lal and Dr. Basak, who are really galvanized this whole movement to make AOS in making inroads into postgraduate education. I think I remember the watershed movement in this was when Dr. Grover was the president. He started the PG refresher course. I think supported by Sunform. I think that has made such a deep and lasting impact in the postgraduate education in the country. I think OCAT probably is another one I can remember. This will probably pay way for great dividends to reap from future. So we always, now I think Dr. Amod Gupta started saying that there's an information deluge. That is the word. There is so much information, how to convert into knowledge, a usable knowledge, maybe a wisdom. So that is the greatest, problem that we all have today. That is to, so we always want to create postgraduates who are safe to the community, who can do, very good ophthalmology, taking care of the blindness burden. That is our perspective. But look at the postgraduate's perspective. What he wants from our education. He wants to be employable. After our training, he should get a job. He should earn a revenue. So are we making our postgraduates employable? See, that is the kind of, insight that we need to get as teachers. From this side, we always look at them as only student, but they are the future ophthalmologists who are going to be employed by somebody. So this postgraduate of today, we need to learn the DNA, what it is. They are the generation in a hurry. They are not the kind of Gurukul student that you are thinking. I think we need to shed this old dogmas and myths about them. So they are only worried about the exam. They need to pass the exam. We have a session, we do once a year, what is called a night to eye with exam session for 5 days, where they come, all the exam going postgraduates come from across the country. So that is one sample where we get their preparedness to the real world situation of ophthalmology. Like in 5 days, we come to know how ill prepared they are for the real world situation. But they're only now worried to pass the exam. That is something that is there, and they're interested to learn surgery. That's why I tell they want to be employable. They're not worried about all that, what you're talking. Okay. They just want to learn topical phaco or to do some surgery so that they can earn money. And obviously the clinical acumen, the analytical skills, connecting the dots, all that we talk about is presently very suboptimal, because there is some basic lapse in the way that we are probably connecting. There is some, generation gap, information gap that we need to probably connect. And the saving grace is fellowship. So what we don't learn in postgraduate training, what we don't teach in postgraduate training, everything is buried with a fellowship, which has become a mandatory thing because they need to catch up with what they have lost in their post-graduation. But the problem is the fellowship years go waste because they keep learning what they should have learned many years ago. So they don't really create well-finished, products even after a good fellowship. So that is probably the problem of the future that we are going to face. It is staring at us that we need to create, we are creating half-baked even fellows for that matter. The root cause is, again, coming to my topic, is our attention should be on improving the clinical acumen or the clinical training. So basically, in a busy hospital, it remains in a situation where a lot of patients and the government setup, a lot of OPDs basically kind of literally disposed. We know talk of garbage disposed, something like the patients are disposed by postgraduate because that is the working force they have. Most of the teaching faculty are busy with NMC work, NABH work, administrative work, department work, exam duty. I think they hardly have any time to really oversee clinical training. At the same time, you have corporate hospitals who have postgraduate training, DNBs usually. So there the patients are actually elite paying. They have actually come for their services for the consultants. Obviously, postgraduates can't even touch the out of bounds for them. So obviously they can't really learn. So in both ways, having an excess of patients, having hardly any patients for a hands-on, both sides, we have a problem here. And we know you have too many postgraduate. Dr. Abhijit was telling that we have 250, now we have 200, I mean 20, 30 postgraduates coming in. In a department, we don't have so many resources of the time that we can be allotted to them. And right now, I said, there is always a student culture. We say this, Hamari time aisa tha, we always see, live in the past. The present student culture mindsets, they don't have to come to the class. If you take away the compulsory 75% attendance, they will probably get better marks reading Marrow, undergraduates. They don't have to come to the class. There are better teachers teaching in the Marrow app. They don't have to come to the class. That's why the attendance is compulsory. So something like that we need to understand. So we need to understand what are the strengths and weaknesses in a particular setup. We need to really introspect very honestly that to acknowledge the problem. We can't overlook this and we need to have customizable strategies for that. So for example, if you have something like, so for example, if you have a setup where you have another setup where you have something like an O6 going on. There's a postgraduate who's actually sitting on the night side. You're actually watching him or her and you finish, you go there. So by the time you come, they also actually see. Here the patient is not not very insecure because you're also there and you can always compare notes. So after they see, you can also actually see the patient and try to see. At the same time, we have something like nowadays technology. I have a small camera fitted there. So patient, when I'm examining under slit lamp, my student is also actually seeing what I'm seeing. So we thought I can just, in a muffled voice, I can keep on giving a commentary of what I'm seeing. So I can continue to teach when I'm actually doing patient care, not making it very obvious to the patient. So it's a very unobtrusive viewing. At the same time, you can also actually, they can see and you can replace them, you can see, or you can see in different settings so that you always have to see the patient to check whether they have done it right and you need to demonstrate the right way. It is show and tell. You just can't see you didn't do the cover test properly. You need to say exactly what should have been done there. And once you put the patient out, then you can always sit around and you can probably discuss that what is the case history. You can discuss what went wrong. You can give different situations. And your eminence-based medicine come to the fore when you actually sit around, discuss, may not be in front of patient. Nowadays, even in non-paying setups, patients are right conscious. You can't take anybody for granted. You can't really make a patient a guinea pig. So you need to make it, very nice and see, even if the patient is from a government setup or a free patient. Okay, so you need to actually take the patient rights into consideration and see that you don't really make that teaching very obvious. At the same time, you can have your resident right behind you who just, breathing down your neck and peering over what you're doing. I'm checking your pupillary reflexes. So she's just watching it so that what I'm doing. I can also we can prime the student beforehand and I'm going to show you an RAPD. Just look at the pupil. So something like that. So these are the small things that you can incorporate in your practice. And obviously the technology will help, I told you. And once you put the patient, we can always review the video and try to show to others. You can call other postgraduates for a very obvious, interesting finding. And comparing notes and findings are very important. So basically, it's eminence-based medicine at work. See, when you're having a student behind you and you're watching, it's always better to observe somebody at work. For example, if I'm my OPD, I always want students to be behind me because they're going to pick up those things because the same patients are going to come to their future practice. What I'm going to do, what I learned in 30 years, they need to copy paste at least in the beginning. So they can copy all aspects of my clinical care, not just looking at them examination, the talking, counseling. the body language, the soft skills, everything can be actually copied, at least in the beginning. At the same time, there are some tricky situations where we can discuss. A patient comes, okay, and he has some occasional diplopia, everything is fine, a diabetic patient. Normally, you just give something and dispose them or come after 6 weeks. No, I'll say this could be a third novel palsy in evolution. Call him after 3-4 days. Maybe he will develop ptosis. If you're giving them some placebo, patient thinks that ptosis happened because of the treatment. So that you should forewarn them. See, don't tell them that, I mean, you're going to have a problem. It is evolving. This will happen after 5 days. You please come back after 5 days. Maybe a mild congestion, no findings, some SPK. This may be a dendritic keratitis in evolution. You need to see the patient after 3 days. Don't start him on steroids. Or somebody you may say, this is a trifocal. I'm not going to put a trifocal in this because even though everything looks fine, the way the patient is asking and the kind of psyche of the patient is not suitable. So you have a whole lot of things to share with the student, what you have accrued over so many years to make them, I told you, employable also. And empathy and soft skill, obviously they learn. They are only as good as the teacher. They can't just download it themselves. So you show, obviously this is very important. Dr. Amod Gupta was telling the attributes of a teacher. You need to be an ideal human being yourself. The personal traits, your moral values, your ethical, temperament, all is copied. They are watching you. You don't have to be just a good teacher and a bad person. You need to be a good person. You need to actually be fair. It's very easy to be good to students. It's very difficult to be fair. Okay, so this fairness is so difficult to be practiced. So that is what they're watching. And let's do that. And obviously, you can have dry runs, case-based discussion. Normally, as you said, the WhatsApp groups, I put up a case that I see today in the group for my next class so that all of them will discuss, they come. That is where we need to train them with these dry runs. And very importantly, see what I have learned in 30 years, thanks to my teachers here. If my student can learn in 30 months, then I'm a good teacher. They should not take 30 years. So just like you have educate, elevate, and excel. Last slide, sir. Okay, elevate, educate. So you need to inspire them. You need to ignite the imagination, and you should start that love of learning furthermore. You can only be a mentor. You can't be a teacher. You can only inspire them. You can't really download information to their head. Thank you very much for your patient attention.
Thank you, Krishna Prasad. You pointed out how clinical teaching, just like learning of spirituality, learning of music, cannot be done without a teacher. So guru is imperative in clinical teaching, and he has to develop all his focus to be able to do a good clinical teaching and have all the qualities that you spoke about. I think we've had an excellent session where we have covered all aspects of AIS initiatives with regard to what has been done over the past, what has been made available as curricula, what is being done currently, what is the future projection of what AIS wants to do with regard to ophthalmic education. And we've had excellent introduction to how best clinical and best theoretical teaching can be undertaken. We'll just have 5 minutes for participation now because we have overshot our time. So we can have comments and any questions from the audience.
I would just like to add that there are now courses available, some mandated by the NMC, like the basic course in medical education. There is an advanced course in medical education. Earlier, it used to be a one-year course. Now, looking at the burden of number of teachers who have to be taught, the NMC has reduced it to a 6 months course. And there is a 2 years degree course, which is Masters in Health Professional Education. All these 3 courses are available at KGMU in Lucknow, and we are the nodal center for them. The advertisement is floated on the university website, and I would invite the younger faculty to train for the 2 years course. I did the 2 years course last year. I finished it last year. So it's a full, very intensive course, writing a thesis.
It's NMC or your university, ma'am?
No, no, no. It is
Lucknow University.
It is a central university. No, no. We have 2 contact sessions for 4 days, and the rest of it is online. So you do it at your leisure. So the basic course, the advanced course, and the MHP. So it's available and it could be taken up.
But if somebody is already a teacher for 10, 15, 20 years, how does this course actually helps?
Yeah, that is what I have been a teacher for more than 25 years. I did it year before last. So it structures everything and it actually tells you what you don't know. I used to think that I'm a great teacher. And I realized that the number of lacunae I had was amazing. And now I feel that at least there is some sensible platform on which I can talk. You should read about it on the international literature. My thesis topic, I'll share it with you, was a comparison of self-directed learning readiness scores between medical students, dental students, and nursing students, because we have all three faculty on campus. I sent it for publication to an American journal. The editor wrote back that I'm surprised at the findings of your. It only shows that medical education in India needs to be uplifted. This was the comment.
I mean, is it India-centric, ma'am? This course is India-centric or it is again in international information also is there?
Have linking with it.
Huh?
It is college. Course was run in my college.
So teaching technology is very useful. If you attend, when I was leaving Maulana Azad, I attended my first 7-day workshop on teaching technology. That was the first time. So you realize you learned a lot of things intuitively as teachers. And most of it you have acquired. But it is the putting of the entire thing into rational perspective, which is very helpful as a teaching technology course. So those are useful. Similarly, the material available from ICO was abundant. Now, Ophthalmological Foundation has developed some 15 very useful modules, which have all the aspects of postgraduate training, teaching, and where all the techniques of ophthalmic education have been very thoroughly presented, not just by theoretical lectures, but by examples, by questions, by feedbacks through those who learn, and they are very nice. So if you go to the Ophthalmological Foundation website,
let's have a break for 10 minutes and we'll reassemble again.
Great.
And you can discuss among yourself for 10 minutes. So we have break for 10 minutes and we'll come again. So anybody wants to have a tea and water and they can have break for 10 minutes. Collect after. Good morning. Good to see you.
I will join CFS. Short form because that is too big. Next week, we are going to present a case of the
Join for a picture.
वो वेट कर रहे हैं कि मुझे बुलाएगा कोई बुलाओ सबको बुला लो यार लेट एवरीबॉडी कम प्लीज थोड़ा चेयर लगा दो हां बस चेयर लगवा दो प्लीज एक और चेयर लगाओ पीछे खड़े हो जाएंगे ऐसा 2 रोज कर लेंगे पीछे आ हाँ सर अब यहाँ पीछे कर लो यहाँ पे हो जाएगा डिस्टेंस भी नहीं पड़ता पीछे कोई फर्क नहीं है ना Dr. Grover, Dr. Grover. Everybody, please come. Join. Doro. नहीं उसको ऐसे बोलना जवान लोग बैठेंगे Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Let's start. Yeah, let's start the session. Come on this way. Yeah. So good afternoon, friends.
So we are going to start our next session. Along with me, Dr. Manoj Mathur is here. And we are lucky to have Professor Jeevan S. Titial with us today. And is a great teacher. I learned a lot of things from him personally. And he's really loved by his students across the country. So wherever you go, really people keep in and appreciate him. And he is going to teach us about not everyone is gifted teaching the surgery. I think very apt topic for such a great teacher. So I invite Professor J.S. Setial for his talk, Teaching Surgery, Not Everyone is Gifted.
Good morning, friends, and thank you, Harbans Lal sir, for such a nice introduction. I'm thankful to AIOS management for this kind invitation, Dr. Santosh, and other people who have planned this entire program where teachers has to be students. I think that's a very important thing we should learn. We are always student throughout our life. And surgery is such thing which we learn every day. With every situation, we keep learning also. But I see not, it's not that people cannot do surgery. They'll do surgeries, but it is important how to get a perfection done from your surgery also. So I'm not sure what Santosh would have thought about this topic. Not everyone is gifted. That is true. Not everybody can have the same amount of talent, but we can always improve this, gift which God has given to us to perform something from your experience, your learning, your education, transform the value of your learning to the society. I think that is very important to give back to society. If you are a surgeon today, if you are a doctor today, it is for the patients. If the patient benefit, that's a teaching for us. No financial disclosure from my side, except for that, I have to say I'm standing for Vice President ES 2024. I think these are few important things which should be there in the individual to become a surgeon. You need to have, most important thing, you should have a vision. That too also with the binocularity and stereoacuity. I think these are two important things which should be there before we look into a patient's eyes. And this is one thing we don't test in when person is entering the medical education. We check their visual acuity for distance and near. We are not checking for their binocularity or stereoacuity. Maybe this should be a part of your medical examination so that we know this person has a deficiency which can be corrected. We know that you can improve the binocularity, you can improve your stereopsis, you can include improve the fusion, everything can be done. And we recommend for person who joining the postgraduate course should undergo this test so that he should not suffer. There are students who say, I can't do surgery. If you see there, their convergence is very poor. Their fixation not very good. So we can give a treatment and they can improve also. So this is one important point I thought should be mentioned for us also. Then there are people who are ambidextrous, maybe better than a person who can only do things from right hand only. I've seen left hand surgeons do better because they both hands are much malleable to a situation also. Flexibility, keen observer. I think most important thing is adaptability to surrounding. Because unless you are adapted to a particular area, you will never be a good clinician or good surgeon. And that has to be compounded by the knowledge which you gain. Knowledge, as Krishna Prasad talked about, learning how to do a clinical skill improvement, and that goes together with a surgical improvement also. So this is the line I've taken from Dr. Santosh's article in IGO. Like whatever theoretical application we try to put into PG's or resident's mind has to be translated into a physical activity. That means practically they should be good. They could translate their clinical knowledge to a diagnosis and subsequently implement this to a procedures and surgery also. So making them actually the practical specialists for future also. These are 6 or 7 important points which are highlighted here. Should be a very good clinician to become a good surgeon. You have to be teacher, team player, and most importantly, you should respect the human being. So unless you respect the human being, you can never be a good person. If you're not a good person, I'm pretty sure you're not a good surgeon or not clinician also. So respect to patient is a very important aspect. We should tell our students how to behave with the situation. Situation created by the people around. That can be a patient group, relatives, your workforce, and your infrastructure has to be respected by all of us. Let's come to the surgeon wise. We want to make everybody a good surgeon. So that will require actual clinical learning to diagnose a particular case, type of surgery required for that particular diagnosis of that case. That will depend on your theoretical knowledge, and most importantly, require a skill which should be translated to an extent where they can do a surgery. So that can be training by various means, which can be trained by the simulators, wet lab, or assisted by your peers or your teachers. But most importantly, we have to make them to understand there'll be a difficult situation and that has to be corrected appropriately. The skill is, beyond the books. And that we have to tell our students. That has to be learned by them, and that is by the few important key components of surgical training. So once we look into how we graduate into surgical training, we give them a lecture, CMEs, where we talk about various disease and which are those disorders can be corrected by surgery, and would that be a curable surgery or is it palliative surgery? Those has to be highlighted in these cases also. Wet lab trainings assisted by, assist some human surgeries, especially your teachers, colleagues. If I remember my days, normally we'll be assisting your own colleagues. And that is a better way to learn because you know that what are difficulties he or she is facing and what you have faced. And that can be improved by discussion with other people. Keep your records, learn from records. And other thing is observe your seniors and always learn from whatever you see. There are situations where we keep seeing a single presentation multiple times. So many times people sitting in the audience, they'll say, what is this? I've seen the same videos 100 times. But they don't realize every presentation, the presenter wants to put some important point in your mind. So if you are careful, you'll still pick up some points from that video or that teaching, that information which is provided by a particular person. The teacher is one who can say anything, but student has to pick up one important point from there. It can be a very negative point, it can be a very positive point. Both are important. If my student comes back to me, sir, you said something incorrect, that's a learning for both of us because he could pick up that was not correct. And subsequently, I could correct myself. And I should be able to say, yes, I was wrong and you're absolutely right. And that is how teaching goes on. So I would say any surgical training area will depend on a good infrastructure. You are all from a institution where teaching is happening. So first thing you look for, improve your infrastructure so that your student doesn't have to think to go around the country, other places, to see things which are not visible in that institute. So it is our responsibility to build up the infrastructure for the surgical training, which person has come through a very extensive examination, through a very hard ranking wise, and that we should respect. I see across the country also. And sometimes there are institutions where things are not completely there, which is a basic requirement for surgical training also. So that is important. Teachers, I think they are most important link for improving the surgical skill to your students. Discussion forums, wet lab, knowledge or a training is also important. So this is what we talk about. Not only the surgical area, the clinical area of infrastructure has to be absolutely perfect. For last few years, I'm going around in the various meetings where I only talk one subject, that is imaging your patient who are undergoing cataract surgery. So if you image your patients better, then you can see better and you can plan better also. Use anti-segment OCT, use your facility photographs and discuss those things to your senior who does surgery for those group of cases. Then you can analyze your problems and subsequently correct yourself also. Other thing is lectures and CME, which is very important part. There also, if it is a video assisted learning, which will be much better. I'll come to that part also. Most important thing here is conferences, which is happening across the country, right from the district level to a national level. So enough time has to be given for transmitting the knowledge which you want to give to a person. And if you don't have enough time, then you have to pick up one particular step which you want to give it to other person. That is how it will going to be improved. The advantage of lectures, CMEs are you can interact with a larger number of people at a one time, which is sometimes difficult one-to-one in most cases. I think this has become the backbone of a surgical training nowadays, not only in ophthalmic surgery, across the entire segment of medical surgery required, right from the procedure to a neurosurgery department also. If I see AIMS, we have the wet lab facility for every surgical branch, and they are better than ophthalmic surgical branches also. And that is what is very, very important. In fact, I went to my mortuary area. They have one of the best wet lab, where wet lab, you do a dissection in those cases, and they are screened by MRI and CT scan on the spot, which was not there earlier. We never thought we require MRI and CT in a mortuary area also. So those inputs can be put into these wet lab areas only, where we can give the training, and these are various wet labs we do every year, workshops. Try to have not your own students, students from other places where things may not be available, and people who are practicing. They can all come, correct their deficiencies, or tell us something which they are doing better also. The places where we have an infrastructure, we should be inviting people to come there and disintegrate the system so that we have more integration happening in the teaching also. So this is a various publication done by my colleague, Dr. Amar Pujari. He's really come out with a various modules of doing surgeries, learning surgery in the goat side, right from the conjunctival surgery, glaucoma surgery, squint surgery, name anything, anything can be done. And cataract surgery is a major way of this. Other area we talk about is simulated based surgeries, which are actual virtual surgeries and which can be really good because these students, younger people have more dexterity and they can do these surgeries steps much faster. And they can be also a course based so that you get to a competency level. And that can be translated subsequently to a manual surgery, which actually they live surgery wise. And the advantage here is you can step by step, you can learn also. You can directly jump into capsulorhexis before, if you have difficulty there, you can do a nucleotomy directly. While in a goat size surgery, you have to go every step has to be repeated. So that's the advantage there. Most important thing is there's no hesitation. You are not operating the human being. So that's also important. And this also improves your hand-eye foot coordination. Apart from that, audio coordination can be done. The advantage of simulator is you have a physical feeling in your hand also. That is very, very important. So this is the one small video. One of the, I think recent, one of the thesis was done by one of our students where he compared first year, second year, third year students in a wet simulator, how effective their Rexis was. And it also depends on how importantly you had undergone the wet lab training also. So we realized that court side training and simulator training is totally different. It doesn't translate to each other. Same thing happens to your surgical area, which is being done in live surgery also. And today I see across the country, there are many companies that come out with the simulators, not only for cataract surgery, for other surgeries also. There are people who have got the actual visible translation of a surgical areas. So that is also very, very important for us. This is one thing I like to highlight. We always talk about video discussion. There should be two parts in a video discussion. One is the expert surgeon showing his skill, how to achieve a perfection in those steps of surgery. Second most important part is to review the video recording of a student so that we know what he is doing correctly, what or she is not, he or she is not doing correctly. That can be corrected. Again, review the video again after the learning and see what improvement that person has done. So this second part, the student's own surgical video, is the one which is change or dimension of a surgical training in RP center. Every surgery done by resident doctor is recorded with the help of either the trainer or a person who is PDP who is doing a FACO development program. And these videos are reviewed every day by a preceptor. So that is, and this is reviewed in front of the batch of a student together. So this is one important thing which we have to really take with us so that we can remove the hesitation from the person who is doing the surgery. He should be bold enough to show his surgical difficulties. And that is how we can correct his surgical deficiency and improve his confidence. I think surgical learning is a confidence only, and confidence building is the one important area. You might be knowing in our days in RP Center, we had to do a live surgical demonstration in the exam. So that was also a confidence building for us. I never had hesitation of doing live surgery in my life. I've done hundreds of live surgery across the world. Maybe that was the teaching in RP Center which got us through that also. But that has a negative aspects also. Today, we record the surgery 1 week before the exams, and these recorded videos are put in front of examiner. So you can see each video, you can place your question to every area, you can stop, you can see. So that is you can say near live surgical video recordings are become a better aspect for learning also. This can be translated into various conferences also. Other important area, these are 5 or 6 areas I like to cover. One, they should know the applied anatomy of whichever area they are dealing with. Like I just remember my days, I had so much difficulty doing a DCR surgery because I never had the anatomical confidence of mind to actually get into those areas and cut the bone and make an opening here. So that will only go if we have a nice applied anatomical knowledge to our students. Nowadays, there also we have a lot of simulators where in the entire anatomy can be seen in a simulator also. Surgical knowledge is based on knowing the instrumentations, knowing the operation theater, knowing your colleagues, and knowing the machine, which sometimes we miss out from our students. I've seen my student coming after I do the surgery and they start doing the same machine without knowing what are the parameters in that machine, what are the foot control in that machine. Then suddenly say they had a complication. So this should be taken away from the student. They have to restart the surgery when they get the chance. Check the machines, see the calibrations, see all the parameters, see around if your table is absolutely designed in a way you want with the instrumentation of your requirement, viscoelastic areas, everything should be there and be comfortable and start surgery also. Then you get assistance from your trainer. Being assisted by a trainer is one of the most important part. And I realized in my own younger days, the best assistant for me was my immediate senior. Like Dr. Basak is sitting here, he would have been the best teacher for me. I remember my first intracapsular cataract surgery was assisted by Dr. Lalit Burma. Because if at that moment, if a senior faculty is assisting you, sometimes you hesitate. So that should be a secondary phase of your learning in these cases also. These are new devices, how to improve your learning to patients. As KP talked about having, attachment in the set lab so that your student can see what you are seeing. Same thing holds to a surgery also. These are all, off-ocular digital microscopes where you can see everything on the screen and your student can sit either side with the polarized glasses and see similar 3D appearance of surgery. And that will also build their confidence. What is the, actually they see more than what surgeon sees when sitting outside. They see the surgeon, they see the apparatus, they see the patient, they see the hand-eye motion, where I'm holding my phaco handpiece, where my hands are resting. Those are the things which should be seen by the students. Sometimes I also don't realize how I was putting my hands in the patient head. And one of my students told me, sir, you are doing like this. Then I realized maybe that was my plus point and I thought that was my plus point. So that is what is the learning, it's the exchange between patient and your teachers also. These are very, very important part which you have to give it to the patient, your student to do a good pre-op counseling and plan your surgery accordingly. Have a more importantly, learn how to satisfy, how to engage a person with a dissatisfied results, which is much more common whenever you do a procedure. And the dissatisfaction is much more there than a patient who just come for a clinical examination. So this is a part we have to give it to our students. Maintaining the records is very important. Video recording is also very important. I'm not sure what is the opinion house here. I recently got a one, kind of request. In fact, it was PL by some RTI, by somebody saying, I want my surgical video recording to be given to me. And I know that in the RP center, every case is recorded and my recording will be there. I want to get my recording. So till date, the recording is not part of a patient's treatment. So it cannot be given to patient unless it becomes a mandatory part. So it is basically for your own benefit for teaching, learning. That's why recordings are there. So this is going to be a future challenge for us for the medical legal aspects also. These are various stages of learning, which we all know, novice surgeon to an expert surgeon. I had divided this in a different manner. This is what I say, you can create surgeon, good surgeon, accomplished surgeon, or a master surgeon. So which are the criteria to become that? Young people are here or senior people are here. So surgeon we all make after postgraduate entry by a structural institutional training, which is very important. You have to have logbook with you. You have to have a analysis of videos. So it's a very structural training program for students. Good surgeon is that person who has already gone through that. Now he's practicing and gaining experience to handle different type of cases. A complete surgeon who is experienced, who can do all types of cases. Now he's become a teacher and mentor. So that is the important stage of our life. You are at this stage, most of you, and most of you are also master surgeon who are actually great teachers. They are followed by everybody, not only the students, their colleagues, and the patients. Once you achieve that, you are a master surgeon. That means you can take care of everything in your area, right from the initiation of operation theater to the waste disposal and getting in front of public. And that is a master surgeon, I would say. Thank you for kind listening. And you have to build a team. If team is there, you are there. Thank you, and hope that you'll support me for my candidature.
Thank you, Professor Chetial. So the thing is that some of us are gifted and some of us may not be as gifted, but all of us become an excellent surgeon. I remember very interesting incidents in my life. In '88, Professor Dr. Kaul was my senior at Gangaram Hospital, a highly gifted surgeon. I mean, he can operate the orbit, he can do the ptosis, detachment. You tell the surgeon, he will do it. He can operate with the right hand, left hand, both, everything. And then I had the opportunity to visit the Shankar Netralaya, and I met Lingam Gopal. All of us know how great surgeon he is. And at that time, I was a senior resident at Gangaram Hospital. He took me to his theater and showed me his surgery. And then he tells, go and tell Dr. Kaul what type of surgeon I am. Because when Dr. Kaul was in PGI and Lingam Gopal was doing his postgraduate, Dr. Kaul commented, you could never become a good surgeon. So, so now you can imagine after training and how excellent surgeon he became. And now Dr. Kaul, he didn't train himself when the FACO and ECC came. He's nowhere. He's nowhere. He ruined his life. There's no practice. He keeps on taking loan and keeps on running from pillar to the post. So that is one highly gifted surgeon. Did Sitapur consultancy in Sitapur for 6 years. Then I was a faculty in PGI, and in Gangaram he was a king. And now he didn't train himself when the newer technique came, and he's nowhere. And we see where the Lingam Gopal is. So constant training is very, very important, whatever field you are.
Just to one more comment. In my experience of now more than 3 decades as a teacher, I've yet to see a student who has left ophthalmology that he could not do surgery or she could not do surgery. I've yet to see that. That means we can train these people despite having the physical disability also. We have trained those people to become a surgeon. So that is how we are going to proceed further. Like I said, if somebody has difficulty focusing, so he should be taken or she should be taken, get his binocularity better. He'll perform better. So as Dr. Harvans nicely talked about, training is important. And after that, getting experience is much more important. You require a good place for getting experience also. Otherwise, you are going to remain in the same stage for your lifelong.
So thank you, Professor Tidial. I'll invite Santosh now before he takes his talk. Dr. Lalit Verma is not here. So after successful establishing AIUS Prayogshala at headquarters, where a lot of students are really getting benefit out of this and coming over here on a regular training, the IIS is now thinking duplicating these models to the various other states, and particularly at least Samar Basak has got a vision that at least each zone must have one wet lab. If possible, all states should have one wet lab of their own, and AIOS is going to promote that, and we're going to help them to establish that. So I think next year we have got a vision, and which will be taken forward by the Samar Basak and the Santosh and our forward to establish the wet lab in the various states. So you can talk to your state, and if they are willing to have the facilities in their own states, they can coordinate with us, and we'll be more than happy to take it forward. So with this, I invite now Dr. Santosh Nawar, and we know that he is excellent teacher, and he'll be talking to us tools in learning, the problem of plenty.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for committing to establishing wet labs. Yeah. It said that he who studies medicine without books sails an uncharted sea. but he who studies medicine without patients does not go to the sea at all. Then why online learning? When there are no patients to learn from, why do we harp on online learning, and is it really important? For that, we need to differentiate learning from training. Learning is an individual effort. You can get learning from anywhere, whereas training has several components. Learning is one of the components of training, and knowledge can be acquired online. So learning is possible with online resources. Why is that? Because internet has become an inseparable part of our life. There is nothing that we can do, even withdraw money from the bank, without internet these days. It provides seamless knowledge, but it's a double-edged sword, because if you look at resources which are not really credible, then you end up knowing bad knowledge, which is not a good thing at all. So for good knowledge, you have to go to the good source. Now, how do we get knowledge from internet? We can dig up random information in a Google search. If you type ptosis, you'll get a lot of information. That's one way of randomly acquiring knowledge. You can go to individual run education portals. You can go to organizational portals, ebooks, PubMed, etc. The first e-learner was Eklavya. He, of course, never met his guru, but he learned remotely. And so it is possible that we learn from e-learning resources. Starting with diagnostic and clinical skills. If you have a first-year resident sitting with a streak ophthalmoscope and he doesn't know how a glow looks like, theoretically, you know that, okay, this is how a glow should look like. But if he really wants to experience how a glow should look like, he can go to retinoscopy simulator, which is available online. You can see, you can change the power and then see how the glow changes with each power and what is the point of neutralization. So once he's aware of this, how a glow should look like, and if he sits in front of a simulator, he will exactly know what to look for. So it becomes easier. His learning curve is shortened by using the simulators. Similarly, grading tools for relative afferent pupillary defect, these are all available online. Earlier, they were on a website called iontext.com. Now that has been incorporated into American Academy of Ophthalmology website. So the same resources with a much slightly refined kind of videos are available on AO website. This is called ao.org/interactive. Non-members can also access this. So this is something that you can ask your first year resident to use. AO also provides interactive tools on measuring intraocular pressure, etc. All the basic clinical evaluation skills are covered. Now, do you know there's a website called gonioscopy.org? Gonioscopy is just one examination skill that you want to acquire for diagnosing glaucoma. And there is everything about gonioscopes and how an angle appears, normal and abnormal, and various shades of angle appearance are all there in this particular website. iwiki.org is a Wikipedia of ophthalmology. Wikipedia is an open access knowledge source on everything in life, but iWiki is run by AIO and it is Wikipedia of ophthalmology. And we have a similar source in AIOS also now. This is open access knowledge tool in the sense that you can elect to write on any particular topic. And if the topic is already covered, you might want to update it. This is how it looks closer up. This is on allergic conjunctivitis. There is so much of information which is there already on Wikipedia, and you can volunteer to update that knowledge and you will be credited with it. Of course, there will be some editorial interface because garbage cannot get into this website. So you have to go through that editorial interface. They also run a competition for residents every year. Each year, a resident can write on a new topic that doesn't already exist, and the top prize winner will get to go to the academy. Then there is this Atlas of Ophthalmology. This is done by four individuals who have everything on different aspects of ophthalmology, pictures. Basically, if you want a open source figure or an image for a resident lecture and your institution does not have that particular photograph, this is open source. People can access it and use this as part of their presentation without any copyright violation. And coming to some of the university websites, this is Moran Core from Moran Eye Center, University of Utah. They have grand rounds, resident lectures, surgery videos by students uploaded on the website. So this is just an index. You can see grand rounds right from 2013 have been uploaded. So if you have a resident who wants to know how an international grand round is presented, they can learn by going through this website. We also have irounds.org, which also exactly has similar resources, right from case reports, tutorials, atlas, and videos. There are plenty of resources. All of these are excellent source of information. These are well curated. These are not riffraff material. These are really scientific material that are required over a period of time. This is Columbia University Digital Reference of Ophthalmology. Similarly, Kellogg University of Michigan also has an exactly similar website called Eyes Have It. They have a set of clinical cases which are presented in a very systematic fashion. And there's a collaboration between Steen Eye Institute, Doheny, Arvind, Wilsa, and Massayer has resulted in what's called iguru.org. It's not updated currently so frequently, but when it started with a lot of enthusiasm, but probably they will go ahead in the future. Cybersort.org is by Orbis International, where they have curated lectures on a monthly basis and which are all collected. Now you have about 175 lectures and 100 odd surgical videos. They have quizzes and they have topical presentations on most of what ophthalmology covers. That's by Orbis International, Cybersite by ORG. UTA also has a neuro-ophthalmology virtual education library. It's called Novel. So you have subspecialty focused education also. And for pathology, we have ophthalmology pathology collection by David Green. So it's sometimes difficult to have access to a good ophthalmic pathologist. And if your residents want to see how a slide looks like, they can go to this library and they can identify the features of that particular slide. And then when they click on the more information, it will show exactly what that picture shows. Image Bank by ASRS is also good source. And close home, we have eOphta by Partho Pratim Datta Majumdar, who is a faculty at Shankanitralaya, has created a website called eOphta, which is resident-oriented website. It has a collection of question papers from the last 10 years of various universities, DNB. So resident doesn't have to go through the process of collecting these questions. It has cataract questions separated, glaucoma questions separated. So it's easy. EIS has these online resources, IGO and IGO case reports, AIS proceedings, which is sent every day. ERC and AIS webinars are also collective. Now, putting it all together, we have made one AIOS, which is a composite YouTube channel where all the AIS resource materials, online lectures are collectively available and they are searchable. So you have one single source of all AIS e-resources. AIS ebook, Dr. Harvans Lal has started. I suggest the name IPedia for it if he agrees, but whatever. But this is something that is there. And for Dr. Basak, my suggestions would be AIOS library and AIOS virtual university, taking it a little higher. If you agree, we can start working on it because these two are something that are very essential. Library, because AAO earlier used to give us some journals, now that has been cut short. We have very limited number of journals that are available by AIOS One network, especially for non-members. And if any AIOS member is desirable of accessing journals, there is no good source of accessing full articles without payment. So we can look at AIOS library and AIOS virtual university as well. IGO now is completely digitized. We have from the first issue of the journal, everything that is available online. Right from the first issue, first article to the latest issue, everything is available online. Similarly, IGO case reports and IGO videos, everything is available online. So IGO is completely digitized. American Academy offers ONE network. Initially, they offered this huge spectrum of journals, including American Journal of Ophthalmology. Now, most of these have been withdrawn because of whatever internal issues they have. They are only limited to members. If you're a member of AO, pay about $550 a year, then you get access to it. That's why I was suggesting a similar AIOS library. But ONE network is very versatile. It has videos, it has discussion forums, it has quizzes, it has everything that is needed for e-learning. Well curated, reliable source of information. These are the journals that ONE network has. And about ICO, also has similar resources, but limited journals. IGO finds a part in most of these portals. Now, iPlanet is by Sun Pharma, and they have certain amount of specialty journals that are offered free of charge. There are online resources, iFocus Online, which has some 500 plus lectures already. Auro Shiksha is by Arvind group of organizations where they have an online portal. You can see that they have mostly public education and non-ophthalmic technician education portals like lacrimal syringing, care and maintenance of keratometer, such kind of basic lectures which may be useful for ophthalmic technicians. And this is Education Meets Excellence by LVPI. They have web streaming of the grand rounds, which you can access at 7 a.m. RPC also used to have RPC rounds, which was online available. Currently, it is not available. Apart from that, we have podcasts. In fact, videos can be training, looking at a video and looking at the, visual content as well as accessing audio can sometimes be training. But if you want to be very passive and just want to listen to information, then we have podcasts. Apple has huge number of podcasts in its portal. Ophthalmology Off the Grid. This is a very nice iTube channel where there are podcasts. You can see the number of presentations that are already collected in this particular thing. SN has come up with snippets. This is Shankanitralaya, where they don't have video-based learning, but audio-based learning. This is SN podcast, which is published every month. And we have apps also, My iAnatomy, iTube, iGrader, of the questions, and AO apps are available for accessing all this information on your mobile. In surgical skills, Dr. Tityal was talking about simulators. Simulators are expensive, but if you want to learn online, there are, of course, excellent quality video on iTube. iTube is like YouTube for ophthalmology. You can see how beautiful this surgery is done, and each step is explained by the surgeon very, very clearly. We have a cataract coach by Uday Devgan, where he analyzes steps of cataract surgery very meticulously. This is his YouTube channel. And this is something very interesting. Earlier, it was done by Mass Eye and Ear Infirmary. Now it's been taken over by AAO, which is an online cataract surgery simulator. It's called Cataract Master. It is subscription based, not very expensive, not at all as expensive as owning a simulator. This is online simulator and it has all the steps of cataract surgery. You can perform the step, then access the reference video, reference material, and learn from your mistakes. This is simulatedocularsurgery.com. This is I would say online remote mentor based simulation surgery. So you have a fixed mentor who will be watching your online surgery and he will comment on the steps that you're going wrong by and then guide you to perfect these steps. So these are some of the videos on simulated ophthalmic surgery. And about publications, we have PubMed. I won't go into the details. Presentation and teaching tools. Some of you may be interested in looking at Socrative, which is actually recording your presentations in a very professional way and submitting it or providing it to your residents. We have a teacher and student module in this particular app. So in summary, I would say that internet resources are unlimited and boundless. There are so many of them, but what is important is to select out sources which are credible and curated so that your knowledge is very kind of curated and reliable. And finally, I would end with the same slide. You can learn without patients by your side, but that is just learning. But for training, you have to have a mentor and a patient with you. Thank you so much.
So thank you for a very elaborate description of all things. I never knew that so much is available on the net. Anyway, I think we will need to really analyze what is to read and what not to read out of all this. I think I'll be tired by just shuffling between one to the another. So now we actually invite the next speaker, Dr. Ven Sangman. And we are really pleased to have him over here. He is BC Roy awardee, and there is lucky to have him back in North India. He was earlier in LVPI Hyderabad. So he'll be talking about tools in e-learning, the problem of from the seed to tree, small steps into the world of publication.
Yeah, good morning. And I would like to thank Santosh and AIOS for giving me this opportunity to share ideas about, how to publish essentially from seed to the tree. This is a 42-year-old gentleman who I encountered when I just joined LVP in 1998. It's about 4 months into as a faculty. He's a trained driver, had a pterygium which has undergone surgery 6 times, and now he has diplopia, and he is about to lose his job. And he said, Dr. Saab, do something, otherwise I have 2 young kids whose education is dependent on me. So, and he also, when I reviewed his medical record, he had undergone all the surgeries which I can think of. So I really, being a young faculty, really did not know what to do. So I thought, okay, maybe I'll combine all, which are done separately, like the pterygium resection with conjunctival autograft, with AMG, with mitomycin C. So I combined all the surgeries and really spent a good amount of time. And at the end of the surgery, he said, Dr. Saab, the amount of time you have spent on me is more than the 6 surgeons combined previous surgery. So then I asked him, is it a compliment or you think I am a slow surgeon? She said, sir, I don't know what, but this is my perception. So point here I'm making is that this patient needed a very meticulous surgery which prevent recurrence. And in this particular patient, we were able to achieve, and that when I reviewed the literature, there was not a single case or there was not a series or anything talking about multi-recurrent pterygium. So this, along with another patient, which was operated 5 times, I published a case series in 2001, 2002. This is a simple image. Agree, and all of us see these cases? Another image. Both of them are published in the highest impact factor journal, New England Journal of Medicine. And so publication doesn't have to be a very high quality or a complex study. It can be a simple image. It can be a simple case report. It can be a case series. It can be a technique that you are doing. Another GPC in a patient with VKC, same journal. Why to publish? I'm sure all of us have some reasons, some may not have all the reasons, but in my view, publication basically enhances our profile and sets up for a career path, better income, better patient outcome. Peer group recognition, I think it's very important that human beings want their recognition among the peer group, meaning people who are from the similar profession. Opportunity for leadership and contribution. Publication will remain even when we are gone. Greater satisfaction and enhanced self-esteem. And going forward, to me, it looks like for your students, without having good publication or knowing how to publish may not be a very good career that they may have. So it's important that they get into it. Other thing is publication does not come just because you want. I think it's just the 2 things, the ingredient needed are being curious and ability to solve the patient's problem. So when you are able to do those things, there will be a fringe benefits, meaning those publications, your videos, your training courses, they will be a fringe benefits of all those things. And over last 25, 30 years, I have been very actively, I was never trained. I learned English when I was in 6th standard. I did not know ABC when I was till 12, 13, 14 years of age. So English is not my forte. It came just because that is the need I felt while doing my job. These are patients that I encountered during early days of my faculty position at LVP, Chuna injuries, retained Chuna. And at that time I had started processing the amniotic membrane in LVP and started using. And managing these kind of cases, I started realizing that they are not published. And the fringe benefits, again, in establishing a new thing in an institution, look at what we started in somewhere in 2001, and today it's the amniotic membrane processing unit in LVP has the highest number of membranes processed and distributed and utilized for different surgeries. Similar thing that when I joined Sarof in 2018, I started processing the membrane here, and I'll show you some data later. And when you do this work, obviously, if you start, because you have students all around, you should motivate them to collect, write, and distribute, and then your publication will start coming. All of these came just because what I was doing. Do clinicians lack motivation for research? My interaction over different part of the country is, this answer is yes. And the reasons for that are variety of reasons. They may be unique to a unique environment, but mostly it has to do with the lack of a good role model, that you don't see around you that somebody who's doing it, and also this can become a good career, or you make something really big out of it. Another could be poor English language, but today if you look at, it's no longer a problem. The dictation softwares, chat GPT, AI-based writing, most of the writing work is not really mechanical typing or knowing English. It's about your creating, and the other tools are easily available if you adapt to that. Many of the doctors complain that we don't the time constraints. I think the more paper people who write who are very busy. Those who think that they will get time for writing someday, that's not going to happen. So if you are more busy, that means and have intention, you will find time. Some people think that, okay, there's a limited or no research experience or access to resources. Just now, Santosh showed that there's a tremendous amount of resources available. Today, that cannot be an excuse. Maybe 10, 15, 20 years ago, a year ago was that the case. Don't see the value in research and publication. I think, to me, most of us or most of the teachers or students are not able to see what is the point of publication. I think the moment you realize that this is creates value, you will definitely start doing it and teaching it. Another, the surgery gives you instant gratification. So therefore, publication gives you delayed gratification. So you may not feel excited about it. Problem solving, like these patients, very complex, very difficult. And early on in my career, I decided that I would like to focus on solving some of these problems. So Steven Johnson and its squela on the ocular surface was something that I started treating, learning, and then teaching others. So like doing a mucous membrane graft is a very important skill to be acquired, not only by the doctors who specialize in the oculoplasty, but or also for the cornea specialist. And once you are able to do, then you may encounter patients who are totally bone dry. So developing solutions, like we started learning MOOKP, and then started doing it, then realized that it is not very helpful in patients like such dry eyes. Then we started thinking, okay, can we do this K-Pro under mucous membrane graft? And we started doing that, then realized, okay, the mucous membrane grows, and then solve the problem of designing the concept of LVP K-Pro, which is a simple design from the Oro lab. And while doing all these things, then you get, do you have to do MOOKP? Because it's a very complex surgery. So we started comparing our outcomes of MOOKP versus Oro K-Pro, LVP K-Pro. And we published a large series with 5-year outcomes, which showed that LVP K-Pro performs very well and as good as or better cosmetically than MOOKP. Then it proves the point that maybe this is a better surgery, and all average cornea surgeon can incorporate the surgery in their practice. Similarly, cataract surgery in Steven Johnson was when I started, there was hardly or there was no publication. And when I asked my seniors what to do about it, they said this is Pandora's box and you should not touch. But I felt that that doesn't make sense, because these patients, whatever they are can see, maybe that is the only chance they had. So I started doing those surgeries and then started publishing. Now, when you look at the literature, there is from our country, there is a good amount of literature on this particular topic. So how you can improve your research acumen? Being curious and asking questions. That is the fundamental, and not just answering them mentally, but actually answering and cultivating that habit, which all of us had as a child, but we probably have lost that skill. Prioritize your research, meaning that allocate on daily basis or weekly basis some time for research. Better and efficient time management. Delegate tasks and collaborate within and outside your group. Use technology. Seek institutional support, especially, there may be a problem. Then now all journals ask publication fee. So you need to create some resources for that. Plan ahead and seek mentorship and inspire yourself and others to do something beyond clinical practice. So one example of collaboration is that I have been collaborating with a group in Sweden and Canada for many years, since 2006. We developed a bioengineered liquid cornea, first a solid cornea for which we have patent and publications. Then came up with this, from that work came the idea that liquid cornea. Can we, like SLET, can we do bioengineered cornea on the surface of the eye itself, rather than making in the lab? So that work is still going on, and hopefully this year or early next year we'll do human clinical trial after DCGI and FDA approval. And all of these things will generate more publication. So it's not about publication, it's actually doing work and solving problems. Another way of which it comes easy to clinician is clinical trials. All clinical clinicians can do clinical trial, whether in practice or institution, provided they are willing to learn and adapt to the new environment. And I had started doing in 99 and have done so many clinical trial, and I think it enriched and enhanced my clinical acumen, and it made me far better clinician than what I would have been otherwise. In last few years, since I shifted from LVP to Delhi, we established stem cell lab and a liquid cornea lab here. We have started PhD program last year. We have 5 PhDs along with Manipal Academy of Higher Education, and 5 PGs for translational research. They are not in basic sciences or anything. Developing collaborations, clinician scientist program. 2 ways we have started, one for the faculty and one for the fellows. So as a requirement, we take one cornea fellow who spent 6 months only in the lab and learning the lab procedures, culture methods, cell cultivation, lab techniques, and that is part of their curriculum. A dedicated translation research focus for all our work, and we have also established an audiovisual unit and also the amniotic membrane processing unit at Sarof. So in summary, get into the habit of doing good PubMed search, just to know what is available and what you want to do. Start subscribing table of contents of good journals. If you don't have time to read the journal, at least read the content, and then you can go back to the article. Use social media to enhance your skills. It can be very effective medium, because that's something that all of us are hooked to. So Twitter can be a very important tool for you to learn and collaborate with people who do similar work. Good clinical images, if you start taking, it can be a good source for your publication and future atlas. Pay attention to documentation and notes, and you can use your phone. Not necessary that you have to have imaging system. That will help you to organize much better. You know, the smartphones are such a efficient tool, a machine that you have in your hand. Surgical cases, techniques, interesting cases, all of these can be very good for writing. And equip yourself in technology and research for publication that will enhance your effectiveness. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sangwan, for excellent presentation. I think it will stimulate a lot of people to go into the publication, and which is, of course, I think very tough for many of us, including myself. So I think I should have met you earlier. But
अभी भी बहुत टाइम है सर, कभी लेट नहीं होता.
So let's hope I do what you are telling me, and let's think that may be the agenda for me for coming few years to how to publish. And now I invite Dr. Namrata Sharma, and you know that our publication runs into more than 400, 500. I think she has already reached the 500 publication, and she's more into the research. So progress by research, how to incorporate research in residency programs. That is what she's going to talk to us.
Thank you, sir. And there is going to be an overlap, because I think Dr. Sangwan and myself, we share the same ideology and have gone through almost a similar course. Much of it is going to be from my own experience as a resident and now as a faculty and unit in charge in RP Center. Because I think these things, they are given on the internet, but when you sit and make a talk, like Dr. Abhijit Kaur also said, that basically these things are not written anywhere and they come more out of your experience. So I think during your residency, there are options for research. Something that is compulsory is MD thesis, which everybody has to do. Something that is optional, research can be done in an optional manner also out of interest and motivation, just like Dr. Sangwan showed. And just to give example, when I went to Moorfields and I went very late in life, when I was already an assistant professor, there, as soon as I went there, they said, you've come here for setups. Hospitals, guru practice, etc., etc. Once people become established and well established, after a particular level or after a particular period, everybody wants to publish. And there are several examples of those when they would take time to establish those corporate hospitals and institutes, but after a particular level, they would start hiring people or residents or junior faculty who are good in writing and who can carry forward their research, or even take people who can take care of their academic and research activity. So whatever you may say, whether you like it or not, I think that instinct is there in everyone. So why research? Of course, for professional goals, because it enhances clinical practice, helps you to give definitive diagnosis, optimizes treatment modalities. And I think more importantly, and I think that is the most motivating factor for me, it was there, in fact, and that was personal goals, because that gave us a career path. If to get into RP Center, you had to do publications, and to then get promotions, you had to do publications after intervals of time, whether 3 years or 4 years. So if you see in our graphs, and Praful is sitting here, I'm sure he'll agree with me, that during just 1 year before our promotions are due, there's a surge of publications, because you have to show something over there. Suddenly you're looking for projects here, there, helter-skelter, and submitting projects, trying to get approvals, and of course for our promotions. Now, clinician scientist is an entity which is now really developing, and that is basically the translation between clinical practice and research. Research has also changed now. Earlier, it used to be just clinical, but now it has become translational. People are taking tissues, they are taking blood samples, they're trying to correlate clinical features with everything in totality. And basic scientists have, in fact, become a very integral part of our research now, which earlier it was not so. Earlier, we would just do cases, compare, come out with the results, and say this is it. But now it is different. It is now they're trying to prove everything at the level of the lab by looking at the biomarkers, inflammatory markers, etc., etc. Now, of course, this is very clear to the August gathering here, that so many things came out only out of research, whether it was IOL or phaco technique or lasers or VEGFs or anti-VEGFs, etc., etc. Bright side is it is intellectually rewarding, emotionally satisfying, and provides direct and indirect benefits to patients and society. Even at this age and stage, if I see a publication of mine with my own name, I feel very happy about it. I mean, that's for children to be happy, but even at this stage, it happens. So I think that is what gives you happiness. And the flip side is, of course, it's not easy to do. You have to find sometimes support for mentorship training. Then you have to find support for research funding. And the challenge is that you have to do your scientific work as well as you have to do research. So you have to find time for, to do it. But I think if you compartmentalize everything, like I tend to compartmentalize everything. Early morning, I would do something related to manuscripts or to research or to projects. And it is late, I would do AIOS work, because that can go at the spinal level. You don't have to think really much about it. But in the morning, you can more focus on your publications. So I think this has been already said, and it is important to have good mentors and to have good collaborators. I remember Professor Anita Panda, when I joined as a postgraduate student, I had no clue. And she just said, World Congress Cornea is coming, and we are going and we are submitting an abstract. So why don't you help to collect the data for the same? And I didn't know what World Congress Konya was. I didn't know it happened in 5 years. So if somebody just tells you, you know, what would you would take to figure out so many years and so much of time and energy will go into it with no internet at that time, it helps you. So my first publication was with her. My first international conference was with her. And like I said, it is very important to find good mentors and collaborators. Of course, it is very important to find a good topic also for research. When you are giving topic to your students, you have to see two things. One, the feasibility, whether you will have the patient load to give that particular topic or not, whether you would have the numbers, clinical numbers. And the second thing is whether it's doable. And I think very important, which I have realized now over a period after getting so much of experience with the thesis students, is you have to know whether that student is capable of doing it or not, or whether that student has the attitude to do it or not. Sometimes you give very tough things and the student is unable to do it. So in between only you have to change the topics. So I think the aptitude and the gauging that whether that student can do that particular topic or can carry that forward or not is very important. Of course, like any research that you would do, you have to calculate the sample size, and then you have to execute the research after consulting the statistician, and then you have to publish. Now, publication could be anything. It could be a letter to editor, it could be a case report, it could be even surveys, it could be randomized control trials. So this is just to show how from the beginning you come to the end. I mean, in increasing order of, you can say, severity, or increasing order of what has maximum value. The RCTs are the one which have maximum value. But of course, at the level of the residents, even if they do a case report or letter to editor, that is good enough. Statistics, of course, plays an important role in RP Center and in AIMS. They run a 2-week statistics course for our students, which they have to compulsory take, but even if it is not there, consulting a statistician is important. Funding is important. We do not get a grant for thesis funding except for the writing part in RP Center AIMS, but I think if you're doing a research as such or doing projects, funding is important, and there are several ways where you can get funding, several agencies, and you can even do industry-sponsored, can take industry-sponsored funding. I think there is nothing wrong with it, provided you are honest with the results and provided you declare your conflict of interest. Then it is very important to publish, to present before you publish, whether it is national society, international meetings, it is in the form of posters, papers, etc. Nowadays, for postgraduates, at least 2 papers in some of the states, they have to present before they can sit for MD exams. And I think that is a good move, because that inculcates everybody to present. And there are funding organizations like CSIR, DST, DBT, INSA, which give, if the student wants to attend international meeting, they give 100% grant, which means they'll cover your registration, they'll cover your travel, and they will cover your accommodation, especially for the residents and the fellows and for people who are less than 40 years. And of course, AIOS now also runs that program. Other state societies also do like DAWS. Now, when you do research in residency, like I said, research has to be converted to presentations, and then presentations finally have to be converted to publications. So this is all that I have done from my post-graduation until now. I crossed 600, I think now it is 610. And most of them have been in international journals, and I think I owe it to my mentors like Professor Rasik Vajpayee and like Professor Dada that I could do it. I was only it was a good opportunity to do, and I had the opportunity to do it. That is why I could do it. So likewise, I think for our own students, we have to create opportunities, we have to handhold them, and we have to show them the path. And sometimes, nowadays, in fact, the residents are really very bright, and I will take you through the examples where they have driven the research. So when FACO came with Professor Dada, we did a lot of research, and everything was published. When refractive surgery came in 1998, we had LASIK, and again we tried to publish everything that we could out of it. So it is also important it's also important that as soon as a new thing comes, you should immediately embark on it. It may not be a machine, it may be a technique, or it may be just your own way of doing things, but immediately publish it. I think here speed makes a lot of difference, in the sense if you do it fast, you don't feel bad, but if others do it and you've been doing it, then you feel miserable when you see that, you know, it's already published and you've been doing it but only thinking of publishing. This was, of course, on interop OCT. So power of an idea, and this I always highlight, is the trypan blue staining of anterior capsule, which was actually described by Jarrett Mellors, was a letter to editor. And the technique of SLET, Dr. Sangwan is sitting here. So he showed you, he first published in British Journal of Ophthalmology as a case series. So the first stamp on anything that you do which is innovative is very important. That stamp you should always put. Now, one cornea used for multiple recipients, we've been doing it for times immemorial, but it was only way back in 2007, we realized it's not published. And then when we sent it for publication, it just went in one shot. We didn't even have to, revise it. So this I always show because Dr. Praful Maharana is sitting here. He, as a junior resident, we started doing cross-linking, and he worked up this particular case, and he said that we should publish it. It was the other way around now. Rather than me telling, now they tell me what to publish. So he actually came up with this, and then we did review of literature, and this was published when he was a postgraduate student. So this is yet another example. We used to give combination therapy, and then one of the residents asked me, where is a randomized control trial for this? And I said, it's only written in the books, but I don't think there are studies. So we immediately embarked on the studies. So sometimes, like I said, your own research is driven by your own residents. This was again, we were doing this trial on topical versus intrastromal voriconazole. As an adjunct to natamycin and recalcitrant fungal keratitis, we found on the clinical trial website that Dr. Prajna's group was already doing something similar. So we changed it slightly so that we do not replicate or duplicate the same study. So it is important to be vigilant. And this I owe it to entirely all my students and residents. This is the TST, or the topical systemic targeted therapy protocol, TST word coined by Dr. Praful, who said we could use it. And then how we should, approach a case of fungal keratitis. This whole entire algorithm, depending on our analysis, was worked out by 5-6 residents who were involved in this, and that is how it came out and has now become the standard of care. Again, this was an example where there were 31 people who fell into a ditch of sodium hydroxide while they were traveling in a truck. Now, this is a very, very unique cohort. Where in the world will you find that there were 31 laborers who were traveling in a truck, fell where sodium hydroxide was there, had chemical injuries, and they were being followed up for 1.5 years? You would not find such a thing. So only we had to do was documentation. And so you document and you immediately publish it. So this didn't require, as such, even statistical analysis. And this I owe to Dr. Sangwan, because Dr. Sangwan said you're in RP Center AIMS, and it has all the other subspecialties, it has all the other medical disciplines. Why don't you do this randomized control study with amniotic membrane, go to the dermatology wards and just put it there only in isolation, where the patients are in isolation. So we did this, and this got published again in ophthalmology. So I think it is also important that as soon as you present in conferences, please go and publish. And I think Dr. Harbanslal sir would agree with me. There are several of his ideas which he's probably not published, but those were the ideas which had come to him earlier. And this is one example. We did this movie, we won awards everywhere in all the possible continents, but we could not publish it because wherever we sent it for publication, it got rejected because somebody else had already published it before us. So I think you have to be really fast. And then as far as the rejection is concerned, don't think that if it is rejected, it's not good enough. If it is rejected, it's not their priority, and you have to look for other specific categories, other specific journals. So this particular paper, P. fluoxetine bacterial keratitis, was rejected 17 times. And then we found a journal which was newly indexed, which was called as International Ophthalmology, and we quickly went and submitted there, where it got accepted. So like I always say, all your articles should be on the internet. They should not be in the computer. They may be not that perfect. It doesn't matter. Let the reviewers review, send it back to you so that you can go and send it back somewhere else. But don't keep it in your laptop. It's no good there. It has to be always on the internet. And then this is a small trick, change continents. So if something has got rejected from AJO Archives Cornea, don't look at USA, go to UK. Publish, send it to I or British Journal of Ophthalmology, because there the reviewers would change, or go to Australia, Clinical and Experimental Ophthalmology, there the reviewers would change. So you have to do this kind of a permutation and matching. And of course, once you do research, then you do patents, and then you do review articles, and then you become a part of collaboration. This is against SLET, which was a multicentric trial, and this study was done by Jayesh Wazirani, on Dr. Sangwan's technique. And this, I think, is the high point of my research. I started my career as keratoconus. My thesis was epikeratoplasty and lamellar keratoplasty in cases of keratoconus. And this we published just last year, bioengineered corneal tissue for keratoconus, a biosynthetic cornea. This got published in Nature Biotechnology, which has an impact factor of 68.1. So to conclude, I think it is very important all ophthalmologists in the world are intelligent, because they are your caliber or maybe more intelligent than you. All of them think alike. You don't have to be smarter than them, but you have to be faster than them in conception of an idea, execution of an idea, and publishing the idea. And of course, very important that you should inculcate the research instincts in students. And I always do that, because there were mentors and teachers who did that for me. Recognize the research talent in students, because they don't know what they are missing, and you have to tell them what they are missing. And of course, promote them and help them to reach heights. So I would like to acknowledge all my teachers who were a part of this journey while I was or I am in ophthalmology. And of course, now it is like I said, it is the other way around. It is all my students and residents who drive the research. But Professor Rasik Vajpayee, he taught us that not even a single thesis that we've done is not unpublished. It is published. Every single thesis is published. Professor Anita Panda, Professor Dada, Dr. John Dart, who taught me that after a particular time, you can't be doing everything, and you have to focus your research to 2 or 3 areas only, and it cannot be, be covering everything. And of course, Professor J.S. Tityal, who's been very supportive. So thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Dr. Namrata, for that wonderful exposition preceded by Dr. Sangwan. He said how to sow a seed to convert into tree. Namrata has proved how she took that seed and converted it into a people tree. And we had a wonderful session till now, from e-learning to surgical skill learning, followed by wet labs, and now to come to the final presentation by Dr. Tinku Bali. She shall be speaking about the topic, how to plan and present a perfect webinar. ARC is, as Dr. Harbansh said earlier in the morning, every week they are having a program which is being received very well by the ophthalmic fraternity, and Dr. Tinku Bali is a part of it. So she's going to speak on the topic, how to present and plan a perfect webinar.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Well, it's really my pleasure and privilege to be a part of this GURUSANGAM Conclave. And I thank Dr. Santosh Honawar for inviting me to be a moderator of GURUSANGAM. It was indeed wonderful to meet you all online, and today it's even more wonderful to see you face-to-face offline. So GURUSANGAM was a very gratifying experience for me, not only in terms of the quantum of knowledge that I gained along with the audience, but also in terms of the finer nuances of webinar presentation that I picked up and that I analyzed. And I thank Dr. Lal for inviting me to present my tips on how to plan and present a perfect webinar. So webinars are increasingly becoming a part of education. So webinars not only impart knowledge, but also impart skills to presenters, to the audience. And we all will increasingly be called upon to be part of webinars, either as a presenter or a moderator, or even some of us will organize our own webinars. So it's important to know the tips and tricks on how to plan and present a webinar. Well, in the planning stage, it's very important. I'll go over a few tips quickly. So it's important to know who you are planning for and what they will gain from it. Who is your target audience? There are lots of webinar platforms now. Well, the most user-friendly and the most popular is Zoom, but there's so many others like Microsoft Teams, Google Hangouts. You can also do a live on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram. So when you decide a topic, narrow it down and keep it relevant to your target audience. Is it for general ophthalmologists? Is it for retina specialists? You should know that. What are they looking for? Are you telling them a new technique? Are you just kind of brushing up their knowledge? Choose your speakers and panelists wisely, and also invite a moderator. The ideal duration for a webinar is 1 to 1.5 hours, because after that, statistics have shown that people start to log out. It's very difficult to keep the audience engagement beyond that. The best days to avoid are busy weekends and also Mondays. So the webinar should be put in either on a Thursday or a Friday for doctors, and in the evening hours after clinics are over, around 7 o'clock would be a good time. Promotion of webinar is equally important through your WhatsApp groups, through Facebook, through all the social media. And the important thing that I'd like to point out, that if there's a prior registration, then 33% of the people register on the day of the event itself. So it's important to keep on giving that information till the last minute. So if I have a 2-week frame for a webinar, I would invite, the initial invite would be 2 weeks in advance, the first reminder a week before the webinar, the second a day before, and the last reminder on the morning or 1 hour before the webinar. So it's important to get to your audience to give them information about your webinar. Now, when you're making a title for your webinar, be creative. So the formulas that work are list posts, like 10 retina conditions you should not miss. Instead of saying retina conditions which are common in the clinic, say 10 conditions, 20 tips and tricks. Or even titles like how to are very catchy, and they invite more audience engagement. So how to do a good surgery, how to diagnose this. Like another word to use would be a beginner's guide. So if you're doing it for beginners, then a beginner's guide. These are very catchy titles. Also, you could try alternatives like workshops, masterclass, training, instead of just simply saying webinar. So a moderator is the hub in the wheel of the webinar. So if you're ever invited to be a moderator, you should study the topic and know about the speakers, their background, know the audience and what they want out of this webinar. So as a moderator, you'll be asking questions on behalf of the audience. So you may be a specialist in a particular field, but you have to come down and you have to be representing the audience. So you have to ask simple questions that the audience would want to know, and not something that you would want to know. You also have to time keep, you have to manage the audience engagement. There could be questions, there are polls in Zoom, and you have to remind the audience right at the beginning and periodically in between to keep the questions coming in. Also, analytics are very important. So Zoom and all the other platforms give you the analytics after the webinar. So whoever is organizing the webinar should go and look at the analytics, that how many people logged in, what was the time when people started logging off, how many people were there till the end of the seminar. So all these analytics would help you to optimize for the next time and, improve your webinar. Now, coming to the main part, the presentation itself, and some things that I, picked up during the course of all these webinars that I've been a part of. First thing, the first glitch that happens is the internet connection. So a lot of people have poor internet connections. You may be traveling. There are people who do it from airports, from stations, sitting in the flight when it's about to take off. So if you have such a presentation coming up, carry a mobile internet device with you, a dongle, so that you have it handy. Or you should also, if you're doing it at home, then you can do a speed test. So it's simple to know the speed of your internet. Go into your browser and type in speed test. And that will tell you the speed of your internet connection. So this was my connection in the morning. 77.6 was the download and 22.3 was the upload. So a good rule of thumb is to have a download speed of at least 100 is like a very good speed where you can do everything, upload complicated videos, animations. So for a Zoom, even 20 to 30 Mbps is good enough for the download. And for upload, around 10 would be good enough. So first you go into your Google and check the speed of your browser. In case your speed is slow, then try, if you're on a phone, then try closing all the other apps or browsers in the background. If you're on a desktop or a laptop, then again, check programs that may be hogging your bandwidth, such as Dropbox or some other content in the background. Close them and test the speed again. Make sure that the other family members are not logged in at the same time. So, you know, it's like a rule in my house. Mama is doing a webinar, so my kids have logged off on their gaming. The Netflix is off. So make sure your family members are on the same page and they're not doing anything, you know, internet heavy at that time. So it's going to cut down on your internet heavily otherwise. And if your speed is slow, then reboot your computer, put your modem off, and again, restart it. The speed may come back. As they say, familiarity breeds confidence. So rehearse the mechanics of the webinar software that you're going to be working on. So most of the webinar softwares have similar fundamentals, but they may have slight changes in their interfaces. So it's good to log in beforehand and check. There are so many, you know, introductions to Zoom available on YouTube, even on Google. So read those, they'll give you handy tips. Learn how to share your slides, how to toggle between slides, how to access the chat box, how to mute and unmute yourself, how to raise your hand to ask a question. So these are the important things that you should be very comfortable with before your webinar. Now, visual aesthetics is a very important part of any presentation. And, you know, you often see presenters with this kind of a background. Their head is right at the bottom of the slide. There is a very busy background at the back. So this space at the back is called the headroom, and it is the amount of space between the top of your head and the top of the frame. So this much headroom is not good. This is the kind of, you know, the positioning that you should have on your screen. So if you divide the screen into a grid, your eyes should be at the topmost line of this grid. So this is how you position yourself. So if you're positioned too far, you do not connect with the audience, you lose that engagement. If you're positioned too close, it becomes very overwhelming and in your face. So the middle positioning is just right. Another thing that you often notice is the zoom chin, wherein your laptop, generally the laptop is at a lower level and you're looking down into the laptop, and that gives you a very ungainly appearance. You know, your double chin shows, or sometimes you see a view of the roof. So this is typically called the zoom chin, and we don't want that to happen. So to prevent that, you can prop up your laptop on a few books. So I generally do my laptop from my kids' study table, and I quickly put in their books and raise it up. And most important, maintain eye contact with the camera. Now, some of the laptops may have the camera to one side, and you know, you see that the presenter's eyes are all skewed in one direction. You don't want that. The more you connect with the audience, the more you look them in the eye, the more they are going to be engaged. So again, you can tilt your laptop a little bit if your camera is to the side so that your face is right in the center. Now, lighting is also equally crucial. Make sure that the lighting is never behind you. The light should never be coming from behind you, otherwise you'll be looking like a ghost. So the correct way to light is that the light should be either in the front or to the side of you and never behind. So if you're doing it in the daytime, then you can you know, be facing the window. There'll be light, ambient light coming in from outside. Natural light is very good, gives you a very good appearance. Or you can have light on either. You can have a simple table lamp on both sides of your screen, which is much better than an overhead light. So side lights are always better. You can even try ring lights, which so many Instagrammers use. So again, that should be in the front of you. The background again. So often I see that the background is extremely cluttered. You're doing it from your bedroom. Kids are running in and out. Pets are coming in. So the first and foremost thing is close your door and put a do not disturb sign outside before you start your webinar. No interruptions. Make sure there's no heavy traffic, no honking of horns. Keep your background simple and uncluttered as much as possible. So you could put your laptop against a wall, a clean, bright wall, a curtain, or a clean and professional looking office setting which has a bookshelf, a nice painting, maybe plants. But definitely we don't want to see your bed and, you know, pillows and, you know, duvets scattered around. So that is just not very professional. So please avoid that. You can also use a virtual background which Zoom provides, or you can also have a background stand. So these are now very easily available on Amazon. So many Instagrammers use them. A nice stand and a background you get, and you can present against that. So just for the benefit of some people who are not very familiar in changing the background, so when you log in into your Zoom account, always tick on this box at the bottom. That is, always show video preview dialog before joining. So it will show you a preview of how you're going to be looking, how your background is going to be looking. And before you join in, before you enter the webinar, you can see yourself and you can also test your sound. So there's this little box on top, and that is what you click on to change your background. Yeah. When you click on that, it takes you to this page, and here you can add image. So this is my favorite background, a very professionally looking books at the back, plants, and you can put images on your desktop, and then from there you can add the image, and that image will become your background. So this is how you do it. Now, after the background, what do you wear? So do not wear shiny clothes, you know, like satins and silks, because light bounces off them, and then doesn't give you a very, you know, clear cut your appearance. So wear cottons or matte fabrics. Don't wear prints or very busy bold fabric prints. Then thin lines and checks can create a moire effect. That is, moire effect is a rainbow kind of a pattern there. It's very disturbing visually, so don't wear pinstripes. And make sure there's enough contrast between your background and what you wear. A light gray and blue background are the safest options. Do a sound check with your microphone before you start. You can wear headphones or iPods for greater sound clarity. You can also use an external microphone, and during the webinar, ask all the participants to mute when they aren't speaking, otherwise you get that echo during the presentation. A lot of people like to stand up and present, so we all sit down, but when you stand, your voice projects better, you appear more enthusiastic and energetic, so this is something worth trying, standing up and presenting. Now, slides are extremely crucial to the webinar, how you present your matter in the slide. So you see this is a typically boring slide, or there's so much information, a very busy slide. So this kind of a slide is going to disengage the audience, and that will be an abject failure on the part of the presenter. So your slides have to be extremely interesting, more so in a webinar than a face-to-face presentation. In a face-to-face presentation, your body language is there, the audience is looking at you, you're speaking, your words are more important. But in a webinar, your slides are extremely crucial. So have less text on your slide, the minimum text possible. Limit one idea to one slide. Put in more images than content, because images are very engaging and interesting. The font size should be large, at least 34 to 36 size, because there'll be some people who'll be logging in from their phones, and they'll not be able to see if your font size is so small. So make sure your font is large. Make it personal. So as you know, webinar, there's no engagement. So the more personal you make it, the more interested your audience is going to be. Give them anecdotes from your life. Show them surgeries that you have done and where you went wrong, what things, what you learned from that surgery. So make it very personal. And in the end, please give take-home messages. Keep recapping your messages. And in the end, again, give a summary slide. Now, it is important to have, you plan for the best, but some things can go wrong. So you should always have a plan B. In fact, you should have a plan B, C, D, E. So be prepared for all the things that can, if something has to go wrong, it will go wrong at the time. So there were so many presenters whose internet didn't work. There was someone who couldn't log in, and then they logged in through their phone. So I'm sure you all have, so many of you faced glitches during the webinar. So be prepared for whatever can go wrong. Internet issues, computers crashing, and have your backup device ready. Always have 2 devices. So you can have another iPad or phone or another laptop with the Zoom app downloaded in it and your presentation loaded in it. And make sure that you know how to pair your device with your phone's hotspot. So if your internet is not working, you can use your phone's hotspot to connect. Now, it is a good idea to email your presentation beforehand to the organizer. So in case you cannot run it, they can do it at their end. Another good idea is to record your entire presentation and send it to the organizer so that just in case something goes wrong, they have something as a backup. And always, always keep the phone numbers of the organizer or the moderator. So in case you're not able to connect, something has gone wrong, you have a query or question, immediately you can call them. And always have two numbers, so that if someone's busy with the webinar, you can call in the other person. So be creative, be engaging, familiarize yourself with the requisite technology and webinar platform. Always log in at least 15 to 30 minutes before your webinar so that you meet all the other participants, you do a rough run of your slides. So always practice beforehand, be relaxed, be enthusiastic, give personal touches to your presentation, have a backup plan, and most of all, enjoy the process. So keep creating, keep engaging, and keep presenting. Thank you.
So we thank you all for being here, and let's go for lunch now. We can have a discussion there. And after the lunch, then we'll come back for the certificate. We'll give the award and certificates, and we'll discuss another very important program which we wanted to do was Netra Gyan initiative. We wanted to create a platform where the authentic knowledge on each subject is available. Where our patient can access. Suppose anybody wants to know about the glaucoma, multifocal IOL, plaques. So we will be distributing QR code to all the eye surgeons. You give that QR code to your patient, and they can go to the IVS website, and whatever knowledge they want, they can have it. So slowly and slowly we will be starting this time, and we'll keep on building upon it. This will be patients' information on a various subject, which is very authentic, instead of going to the Google, having half knowledge over there. So IOS will be providing the knowledge to the patient. So we'll be discussing about that after the lunch. Mindful. Santosh? Hello? So now I'm going to talk about our new AIS initiative. As we know, all the patients who come to you actually do Google search, many patients. And in a Google search, sometimes you get a right information, sometimes you get a totally commercial information, and sometimes there are so many confusing informations available over there. And it also takes a lot of your chair time. If suppose you want to explain to the patient what is glaucoma suspect, so it takes, you explain them why you are suspecting glaucoma in them, and for how long they have to be under follow-up, or what are the treatment options available, when to go for surgery. So all those things we want on every subject. There should be authentic patient's information available at AIOS website. So if any patient comes to me, I have diagnosed him for something, and then I give him a QR code which is displayed outside in my clinic. They can take that QR code, go straight away to the patient's website, what we have called as a Netragyan, and over there they can read about the topic themselves, so that your table time is reduced and they get more authentic information.
Sir, regarding the different languages, sir, because we are a diverse country.
So first will be, of course, starting with the English, and then it will be translated into various languages. So first we'll start with the English, and because the time is short, and I'm sure this will take some time. And in fact, I wanted to hire a animation, the one who can make diagrams animation for the iOS, and not be able to pinpoint a person. You have written something, and we don't want to have a copy and paste from the other internet sources. Even for our Guru Sangam, I wanted, if you want to have something drawn, it should be, you send us to the rough copy. I will make a fine, very good animation and a diagram, we'll send it back to you. So we want to have a person hired in iOS, which will make diagrams for all of us. So in this, once the initiative starts, we'll keep on building upon them. And ultimately, we want everybody should take the pictures and images from us instead of we taking from somebody else. And being in India, where these things are much more economical to do, and just he has to make layer-wise layer diagrams, keep it in his inventory, and whatever you want, he makes it for you. So this is the another step forward, but we want to have the beginning now. Of course, it needs much more time, much more energy, and far more organized. But once we start, I think another year or two, this will be excellent platform. So for everything, even for the dynamic ebook, many of them have written chapters, but there are no diagrams. So we like them to really augment with the diagrams and the videos, whatever is required. And even in the future, all of us, those who want for any presentation, they want those diagrams to be made at AIUS at a nominal cost, which should be able to create those diagrams. So we will soon hire a person who can make animated diagrams over here and on a charging basis. But this time we want to start, you can decide, Santosh had made some team.
These are the team leaders, coordinators.
So these are the coordinator for us, Swati Pulijale. Yeah. She'll be effective error screen pediatric ophthalmology. Rebecca Dimman, neuro-ophthalmology. Sahil Agarwal, oculoplasty. Prafulla Kumar Maharana, cataract and refractive surgery. Tulika Chauhan, Sagrika Patel, and she talked to me and she said she will write it and will send it to us. And Tinku Bali for retina.
These are the coordinators, but team has to be.
So team has to be formed, and we wanted to actually invite from East Field 3 people over here, but because of the paucity of time, we could not do it, and we have got to visit to so many places for deciding for our annual conferences and other midterm conferences, so there is a little bit of a time crunch over here. So we'll request these people to actually decide upon certain topics.
Topics are there.
Yeah, so we have Santosh has taken out some of the topics, but at the same time, the team can decide the topics themselves also. There is no compulsion to follow the 100% same topics. or if you feel there's something maybe more relevant to the patient, you are free to do so. And we will keep on adding into this. And the topics are there, we'll give it to you. But as it will, it's okay. So the topics are there, which already Santosh will give it to you. But at the same time, if you feel there's any topic is more relevant, because open type of forum primarily for the patient. So you can write on, if something is missing over here, you can write. And if something is not possible or you're not getting a right person to do it, it can be done later on. So it is not necessary that all the topics should be covered during this 1 month time or 15 days time. So, but within 15 days before we go to the IUC Calcutta, we would like this platform to be active so that we can create a, and the author's name will not be there in this because it is from the IUS website. So it will be anonymous type of thing from the IUS, and we'll find out a suitable way to really honor these people who work for the IUS. So we're not yet decided how to go about it, but soon we'll come out with a scheme how to reward them and award them in coming days. So I request all of you to please take a lead, and you are free to get back to any one of us for any help or guidance if needed. But only suppose you are writing something which is controversial, so the best is that your surgeon and doctor knows the best. So that means we are not writing, suppose you are writing about the flax, neither we are criticizing, nor we are saying you go for it. That means our views have to be very balanced. We don't want to hurt those who are doing flax. At the same time, we don't want to say if you are not getting flax done, surgery is no good. So we will not be biased about it. And we are not going to say trabeclectomy is the only option and there is no other option. Somebody wants to do micropulse laser, somebody wants to do SLT. It is the surgeon's choice. But we are giving them the options. These are the things which are available. So we have to write in such a way that there is nothing incorrect. And if we need to hide certain information which is for our consumption, we need to hide that. So that is the basic idea where average ophthalmologist understands that language. And even those who are going for whether dry eye is manageable or not, whether the tests are useful or not. So we do not overboard on this, these tests are must, but at the same time we do not negate anything. We do not negate anything. So there may be some controversial treatments which according to you may be controversial, but we just mention them, okay, this is the option available, and we do not go into the details, how many percentage of patients will get benefited or not. So those type of things initially we will write it in a language which patient can understand and without having any harm to any eye surgeon if somebody is practicing something. With this, you want to say anything?
So we already have the coordinators here. So if you want to volunteer for a particular specialty, specialties are the common ones like refractive error, squint and pediatric ophthalmology will go in one group. Neuro-ophthalmology, oculoplasty, cataract refractive surgery, ocular substance cornea, glaucoma and retina. So depending on your fields of interest, you can just give your names to the coordinators who are sitting at the back and they will connect you with you on email or WhatsApp and take it forward. Topics are here. The 40 topics will circulate it to the entire group and you can choose whichever you think you can work on. 1000 words, it's a short write-up. Lucid English and Hindi will get it translated. Rest of it is up to individual state managing committee members to translate to regional languages. Absolutely.
You can choose alternate topic, it's fine. We'll ask them to take out a printout and we'll give it to you. I will mail you. So we'll don't have to write down. Kripal?
Image is if you have neutral image, but otherwise we will have neutral image. The sense patient should have agreed to have that image on the website.
So that patient's image where the patient identity is not known, face is not fully available. If it is eye image, it makes no difference. But where the full face is there and so that you can do. That you can do. That is absolute. Images will be always better, but at the same time, we don't want anything where there is a legally challengeable. I mean, so you can take from internet where there is a free from internet you can download and then we can keep on building upon that. And we will like to have that done within 2 weeks' time. No? So this is a small write-up. I mean, they're not a very. My child has a lazy eye. Can it be treated?
I will, sir.
I know. So,
Within 2 days.
with the, so.
Yeah,
Yeah.
make a group among yourselves with those coordinators and you can.
So the thing is, this is not a very elaborate scientific publication. It's for patient. Normally, what way you talk to the patient, ये topics का print out निकाल के सबको distribute. ये जो topics है ना जो हमारे नेत्र ज्ञान के, उसके print out निकाल के सबको एक
Topic और ये coordinators.
coordinator. So within 2 weeks, because IUC is in the March 10th, 11th will become busy, and we want to have, it's better if you give it within a week so that before we go there, it is already uploaded, and we create a QR code, and we can put that QR code into everybody's bag kit, and they can take to their clinic and ask the patient to go to our website, and you can take the authentic information. So we'll slowly and slowly then build upon it. So
Video. Yeah. No,
Yeah.
that videos we have 150 videos, but some of those videos are slightly, controversial. So sorted out those videos, about 20 videos actually qualified to be on this. So we'll put that video in coordination with the top.
So some of the videos I have viewed, some of them are good, some of them are not so good. So we will like, in coming days, we are going to help you make better video also. And if required, we'll get the animation also. So we want it to be the top quality, top notch. They can be compared anywhere on the earth. If they come to the IUS website, they find the most authentic and best diagrams and the best videos. So it has to be top quality. So that is the thing. Otherwise, it will become junk. I mean, so we should have, information is less, but it should be good, clear, understandable by the patient.
2 weeks.
At present, we are talking of the written matter. Video will come to it later. Already video have been submitted.
Yeah, video, it has to be in a reel format, 2 minutes, 90 seconds. Videos are mainly meant for social media.
So now with this, I think, should we go to the award function now?
So we'll go to the awards function, much awaited award function. Can you call Kripal? सारे लिखे
सबका खत्म हो जाएगा
Yeah, these are selected by a panel of judges, and this is in alphabetical order, not in order of any priority. So first one goes to Dr. Annapurna. She is a PG teacher at Arvind Eye Hospital, Pondicherry. She gets the certificate of excellence for being the AIOS research teacher. It's a gold certificate. She gets two points.
So out of the 36 we had this time, 7 are being awarded the gold certificate. Rest of them will get the silver certificate. So you have got the gold certificate.
Next one is Arvind Kumar Moria, alphabetical order. Add one more A after your. Next. Third is Dr. Bhavana Sharma. She couldn't be here because of health issues. We'll move to the next. Chandana Chakravarti, Associate Professor at Regional Institute of Ophthalmology, Kolkata. Yes, sir. 7 of them.
You also get a photo of picture.
Partho Pratimdita Majumdar could not be here. We'll send it to him. Sushmita Kaushik also could not be here. Next is Uma Sridhar, Senior Consultant, Cornea and Cataract Services, Eye Care Eye Hospital, Noida. Uma ji. Aishwarya from Narayan Netralaya, Bangalore. These are silver awards.
Now we are going to silver awards. What's on?
Archana Vare, Professor and Head of the Department of Ophthalmology, Government Medical College, Aurangabad. Arundhati Pandey, Professor and Head of the Department of Ophthalmology, Symbiosis Medical College for Women, Pune. No, man. Yeah.
Most youngest.
Dasri Gayatri, Geetam Institute of Medical Sciences and Research, Vishakhapatnam, Andhra Pradesh. Kalaivani from VMMC Karaikal. Kalaivani is not here. Next one. Madhuri Vanigalla, not there. Dr. Swara, Pradeep Kumar Sara from Vivekananda Institute of Medical Sciences, Kolkata. Prateek Shah, Senior Consultant, Vitruretna Services, Kiran Multi Speciality Hospital and Medical College, Surat. Preeti Srinivas Raghavan from Agarwal Group of Eye Hospitals, Hyderabad. Next. Pooja Hingorani Bang, Founder, HOD Ophthalmology, AIMS Nagpur.
Ma'am, keep it straight. Yeah. Experience. No, that is the. In army, it needs to be straight.
Dr. Pushpa Kumari from Ispat General Hospital, Rourkela.
Yeah, please, sorry.
Nice class on process. Reshma Mehta from Ashwini Rural Medical College and Research Center, Sholapur. Next one. Rishikesh Mai, Consultant Pediatric Ophthalmology, Avadut Netralaya, Nagpur. Dr. Rita Hepsi Ranif, Assistant Professor, Department of Ophthalmology, Tirunelveli Medical College, Tamil Nadu. Dr. Sarita Agarwal, Professor and Head of the Department of Ophthalmology, Santosh Medical College and Hospital, Ghaziabad, UP. Dr. Saumya HV, JSS Academy of Higher Education and Research, Mysore, Karnataka. Shweta Malagunda, Assistant Professor, Regional Institute of Ophthalmology, Minto Ophthalmic Hospital, Bangalore. Vijay Pratap Singh Tomar. Yeah. Dr. Tomar. His affiliation has changed, but he is the same. Soon it will be Tomar Institute of Ophthalmology.
Hopefully, sir. Hopefully.
Dr. Virendra Kumar Pal, Professor, Department of Ophthalmology, Varun Arjun Medical College, Shahjahanpur.
Yes, now in.
Thank you so much.
We thank you all and we request you all to please keep on spreading the word of the IUS headquarters, your experience over here. What you have seen, this is a beautiful building made with a lot of efforts and passion. And long time back, actually, when I was treasurer, me, Lalit visited here, there was a small building in shambles, water was leaking. मैंने ललित से कहा इसको गिरा देते हैं, कहता क्या बात कर रहे हैं, इतनी बड़ी बिल्डिंग गिरा दें. हम लोग बिल्डिंग तोड़ी और ये नई बिल्डिंग बनाई. At that time, I used to go and buy the tiles and everything myself to go to the market at various places. So a lot of effort this building has been made and we are very happy. At that time, we never thought how to put them into use, but I'm very happy that it is being fully utilized. And in coming days, it is going to be really very, very big resource. We hardly had any staff. Now our staff, Kipal Lana, is busy since morning 9 to 10 p.m. in the night. Hardly our staff gets any Sunday holidays or anything. But most of the time we are working. And with the 7 years staff, which is actually now falling short, and with so many activity improving, I think we need to have far more reserve than we have at present. And this should become the really epicenter of all the academic activity in the country. So we like all of you to please give us the ideas and ask them more and more people to participate in the various activities of the IUS. Thank you very much once again for being here.